Kiki, how you doing, ma'am? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome back. Welcome back to you. Let's see if I can fix this, because I have a different headset for a bit. So maybe I can get this. Yeah. Okay. Hector Harling, how you doing, brother? Is the sound still coming through all right? Just popping by this early morning before jury. Oh, shit. Wait, you didn't manage to get out of jury duty? Dude, if I lived in the US, I would be making every effort to get out of jury duty. I can't imagine anything worse than having to sit in a courtroom, listen to bullshit. Acedia, how you doing, brother? Welcome back to all of you. Everything's fine. How are you doing? Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Woke up at 5, went to the gym, came home, made some videos, and now I'm live. So, life's decent, actually. Plus, journalists are getting their teeth kicked in, which is always a fun time for me. So I love reporting on that. We'll see what happens when I get there. Oh, right. Are you in the process now of sort of determining whether or not you can be on jury duty, or are you already on the jury? Oh, yeah. So you're in the selection process. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. But it is required, I think, of US citizens. I'm so grateful South Africa doesn't have jury duty. We don't have juries. We just have judges. Selection process is asked to you. Oh, dude, I don't think anything about jury duty is good. But at least if you're just in the selection process, you can say some random shit. Like, just, get up there and go, oh yeah, I dislike people that are accused of murder. I think they're all guilty. And then they kick you off because they're like, no, fuck that. This guy is clearly not the guy we want. Right? Just make up some bullshit. Say you believe in aliens or some crap. They make it as annoying as possible. Ravy G, how you doing, brother? I can imagine. But like I said, luckily in South Africa, we don't have that nonsense. I'm not about to get a fine or a misdemeanor, though, so I'm just going to chill. Wait, Hector, how? So if you say crazy shit, you can get a fine? Or do you just mean you're going to go because you don't want to get fined? I'm doing well, reading a Horus Heresy novel on the balcony while I'm still in Cyprus. Nice, Ravy G. Drew, how you doing? Mike, how you doing, brother? The Fan Man streams at 6:53 a.m. Mike, it could have been worse. I could have started at 10 a.m. my time. Don't fucking start complaining with me. This is a normal time to wake up. It was fine for my research? Oh. Well, then just say stuff that clearly would favor one side over the other. So not like super crazy, but like crazy enough. Like choose your battles well. Because they know you're trying to get out of it. Awake, I haven't been asleep yet. Dude, how... I am so grateful that I'm no longer in that bullshit. Like, dude, my life has gotten a million times better since finding an actual schedule. Like, going to bed at a normal time, waking up at a good time, going to the gym, working, is just so much better. Like, I remember doing the whole stay awake until whenever, go to sleep whenever. But you never actually sleep. That's the biggest problem. Hex, how you doing, brother? Welcome to have you at the stream, man. Frost, how you doing, brother? I need to fix my shit too. Also, hello. How you doing? Bugger Games, how you doing, bro? Seven Raven, how you doing? Jehonio, how you doing? Sub to you, Switch. Tired of missing streams? Dude, I'm very happy to have you here. Welcome to the stream. Good morning to all of you, actually. There's quite a few of you that tuned in. Very happy to have you. It's still cold as shit here. It's now, this is the terrible part of the year where it's not quite yet hot enough to not wear a jersey, but it is cold enough that the jersey that you have on isn't quite good enough. So I'm sitting here, I'm a little cold, but if I put on my jacket, I'm a lot fucking warm. So I can't put on the jacket. If I take the top off and I just put the jacket on, I'm still cold. So it's kind of like, fuck, what do you do? How do you get yourself just to, this is fine? Have you watched the latest WoWcast about the story yet? No, we're going to be doing that in a minute. I saw it come up last night, literally as I was about to go to bed. And I thought, fuck, am I supposed to watch that now? And I was like, no, we'll watch it live. We'll do it with all the viewers and everyone so that we can all watch it together and get my unfettered thoughts on that. Have you done the Troll Heritage quest, Akko, with the 2 new Loa? It's cool. Lucas, when was this introduced? Because I don't think I have. It's been a while, no? I have not done the Troll Heritage one. I don't think. Maybe I did. I can't remember. That was amazing. Yeah, the Troll quest is real nice. I liked it a lot. Also, Kiki, were you asking me when I go to bed? I only leveled up my troll yesterday. Must have been a while ago. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. So my troll is not yet max level, but it is 10 levels below max level. So I will try to do it at some point. So, Kiki, I go to bed at about between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening because I wake up at 5. So the earlier, I don't fall asleep then. I usually read for about an hour and then I'll fall asleep. But yeah, at around 8 to 9. Because you go to the gym at 5, so it must be pretty early. Yeah. Troll was with the Draenei questline. Yeah, I definitely didn't do the Draenei one because I don't have Alliance characters and I would be fucked before I do anything with Alliance. Yeah, Hex, I go to the gym at 5. It's the only time that I can make space in my day for the gym. I've tried every other time. The problem is, for a while, I tried to do it during sort of midday. So say, for example, 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. The problem is I get busy with something or some piece of news comes onto the feed. Now I have to make a video, but I also have to go to the gym. So it's this toss-up between, do I work or do I go to the gym and then work? But I don't have time to do it after the gym because I have to live stream after the gym. So what the fuck am I doing now? So that didn't work. Then I thought, okay, let's move it to the evening time. That way I can just do it after stream. The issue there is sometimes it's fine because sometimes I can end the stream at like 6 o'clock and I can make it to the gym. But other times we'll be in the middle of like a really cool thing, but I have to go to the gym in like half an hour. So now I can't do this, right? I have to end the stream in the middle of a cool moment or a cool thing that we're reacting to. So that didn't work. So 5 a.m. is the only slot left that doesn't interfere with anything. Plus, I kind of like it because right after the gym, I go to the beach and I buy coffee and I drink coffee with like a bunch of friends that I've made on the beach, which is super fun, right? Mike, thanks for the band there, man. Really appreciate you. So yeah, that's sort of been my... it just works, at least for me. I just use Boost with an expansion to boost the Ally alt for old mark stuff. So wait, so you wake up at 5 and then go directly to the gym, or you wake up at, say, 4 and then go working out? No, so Hex, I wake up at 5, I brush my teeth, get dressed. I usually leave the house at, say, 5:15, and the gym is like 5 minutes away from me. So I arrive at the gym at about 5:20. Then I work out till about, let's say, just after 6. Then I go to the beach. I arrive at the beach at about like 10 minutes past 6 or 15 minutes past 6 because I don't go to the beach closest to my house. I go to the beach the next town over because they have a nicer beach and all my friends are having coffee there. And then I'll have coffee there and I'll arrive back home at, say, 7:20. Lucas, thank you very much. Have a nice day yourself, man. Really appreciate you. Appreciate the commitment. Why, thank you. It's fucking rough. Like, some days are good, but then other days your alarm goes off and, dude, it feels like you've been kicked in the nuts. Like, there are days where the alarm goes off and you think to yourself, this is not fucking happening. It doesn't, I am in no way, shape, or form ready to wake up here. I don't know why, but it felt like you did not sleep at all. It felt like you literally just closed your eyes and now the alarm is going off. Those days are fucking terrible. Such a cool start of the day. I'm jealous. Gigi, you're welcome to come to Cape Town. I'll introduce you. Bro, I have 3 kids, a toddler, and 2 6-month twins. I basically don't sleep anymore and working shift. Oh, fuck, yeah. Yeah. I was having this conversation with one of the guys at church. We were talking, and then there were like a bunch of kids that came running past making a fuck ton of noise. And I was like, bro, kids are so loud. I don't know how you guys deal with it. And he was like, yeah, they're a lot of work. They're very hard work. But it's also the best thing I've ever done in my life. And he's had 4 kids. And he's like, when it's your children, it's just different. And I was like, yeah, maybe that's it. Because these are not my children. They're fucking loud. They're annoying and loud. I like kids, but when they're screaming, that is like, fuck me. Can we just have a little bit of quiet? All the parents just going, true. Let's go. I have to wake up naturally. Why? Mike, if I go to bed early enough, I do wake up naturally. But then I usually wake up at like 4:30, and that's too soon. So, I don't know. The alarm, you just have to get used to the alarm. Then it's not that bad. The real problem is falling asleep at night. That's the thing. Because last night, for example, just before I wanted to go to bed, I thought, let me just quickly do a swarm game. Just quickly. 1 league swarm game, then I can go to bed. An hour and a half later, I'm still doing swarm games because I couldn't get a fucking win. So I kept doing swarm games to try and get a victory. I finally get the W. And then I'm like, maybe one more. And then I look at the watch and I'm like, no, not one more. I already had to be asleep at this point. So that's why I'm feeling like shit today. Because I didn't sleep enough. But normally I'm good. If I get forced up by an alarm, I am not in the right mindset. I've never gotten used to an alarm. Sounds like you're just being lazy, Mike. I like my kid. Other kids, Anyone struggling to get to the gym, get some exercise bands. You can do it whenever. Best of all, no commute. The thing I find interesting about trying to work out at home is it's not the exercise that makes you feel good. The exercise isn't bad. Lucy, how you doing? The exercise isn't bad, don't get me wrong. But what makes you feel good is the challenge of it all. Going to the gym, being in front of all those people, being around all those people. I find that's the thing that really boosts your mood quite heavily. And I don't think you're going to get that at home. Like, yeah, if you just want to work out, but I don't just want to work out. There's also the case of, actually wanting to fucking meet other people and sort of be a bit social. So for me, going to the gym is much better. 6 o'clock in the morning. Hey, pretty much League of Legends, isn't it? Like that perfectly describes League of Legends in a nutshell. Just one more, and when you look out the window, it's like the sun is coming up, and you're like, the fuck just happened? It was still last night, just a few minutes ago. Raymer, how you doing? The communication and the company, yep, it's boring at home. Lucy, yeah, it's very boring at home. It's like, also, it's much harder to get into a schedule when you're just working out at home. You're a streamer, you gotta get your schedule, socializing time, and you'll become a spug. Jonah, I mean, I had no socialization for probably 6 years. More, maybe? Like, when I became a YouTuber, when I started doing this full time, I basically cut off all socialization. I would just constantly be working, constantly at home. And you don't realize it, but it does steal a lot from you. And then, I'll say this. Ever since joining a community, right? So joining church, going to Bible study, going to the beach, having coffee. It's a community, so there's responsibility now, right? There's people that put responsibilities on you, people that demand your time, that want you to do certain things. So my life's a lot busier now than ever before, and it's about to get even busier because they just asked me if I would be the lead singer of the church band. So that's a whole new fucking day of the week that I now have to practice. But I'm looking forward to that more than the choir. I don't like choir. I'm doing the choir, but I don't like it. So I like the band thing. I am a singer, Hex. Well, I studied for it, so I think I know something. So I'm now also going to be practicing band on Thursday evenings. So now I have Sunday morning church, Sunday afternoon choir practice, Saturday afternoon choir practice, Saturday morning evangelism, Wednesday's Bible study evenings, and then Thursday's band practice. So my week has gone from basically do whatever the fuck you want, whenever the fuck you want, no one gets to tell you what to do, to, very little time for yourself. Most of your time goes for other people. And I thought I'd hate it. I've never wanted this. I never liked when people demand my time. I've always been very selfish in this. I don't ask anyone for favors. No one asks me for favors. I just do my own shit. But I'm happier now than what I've been in a very long time. Like, far happier than what I've ever been before. And I'm busier now. I have less time. The last time I've been able to just sit and do nothing for like 2 days, it's been forever. It's been forever. Like, now, when I have like a good game day, it's like I was able to play games for about 4 hours. You know? That's a good game day. The rest of the time I'm just busy. I'm doing shit. All shit, where's my sweetie WoW streamer go? Marius, how you doing, brother? Yep, I do the same. And then when I go out, it's like extremely exciting. It really is. True. I'm a trained musical actor with classical background. Let's do a duet. Agony from Into the Woods. I don't know what the fuck that is, or that song at least. I studied drama, so acting, but one of my classes was singing. So yeah, got training in singing as well. But I never did I didn't go study like opera or classical music or went into musical theater. Although we did have giant spats with the musical theater kids. The people who went to study that. That's awesome. I'm happy for you too. Keeping ourselves busy with things we like elevates your mood and no time to think about bad things. True. Very first karaoke party, singing stream. Drew, and then immediately YouTube goes, nah, fuck you. You'll never stream on YouTube again. Like, if it was just Twitch, it would probably be less of a problem. But since it's Twitch and YouTube, we can never really play music. Like, ever. We just have to stick to WoW music and be that as it may, you know? There's nothing else I can do about that. Break out the old singing videos? Dude, no. No. I have one video where I can't remember what I called it. I just did it because people asked me to. So I didn't do much effort for it. What was it called again? Was it Daughter of the Sea? Yeah. It was this one. What's your pitch? Tenor? Okay, no, more bass baritone. I can reach sort of tenor notes. So I can go... I can go to about midway tenor before I have to switch falsetto. So go into the more feminine voice, right? And then I could probably hit like some of the high notes. But then I'm also super out of practice. I haven't sung prior to joining choir. It's been probably 15 years since I've last sung. So my voice is super out of practice. But at the height of like singing every single day of my life, practicing every single day of my life, I was able to reach the highest note I was ever able to reach without going into falsetto was top C. which is quite high. And then falsetto, I can go a little bit higher. But I don't think I would be able to fucking reach that now. I also think my voice has changed significantly since then. I think my voice has dropped since then because it was before I was 25 and the male voice keeps changing right up until the age of about 25. Elodie, how you doing, bro? When you hear that? Well, that's so cool. Why, thank you. What musical acting did you study, Hex? But yeah, you guys can go listen to this if you want. Enjoying the Monkey Boy game? How is it, Elodie? I haven't played it yet. I haven't bought any new games yet. I have too many games that I still have to finish. But how is Black Myth Wukong? Yeah, the journalists hate that, bro. It's not perfect, but it's really good. You're never going to get a perfect game. Perfect is just, yeah, it's never going to happen. But if it's good, and if it delivers on the promise, I'm happy because it kicks the journalists in the nuts. And dude, anything that puts journalists to shame is a W, in my opinion. Like, dude, I cannot explain to you how happy Black Myth Wukong makes me. Like, the success of it. This is a game where the journalists literally went out of their way to downvote the game because the game doesn't have diversity. Right? It's not diverse enough. Now, keep in mind, this game is based on a Chinese myth. It's Chinese methodology, right? So, what kind of diversity do you fucking want? This is about China, right? And it's their story. So the journalists were very angry that there are no female characters really in the game and that the game has no real diversity. And they were all bashing the game. And the game goes on to break every single record that's existed on Steam. It is now the largest single-player game ever on Steam. Perfections make it better. Classic WoW. Nathan Game, that is true, though. I think we can agree on that. Everyone will agree Classic WoW wasn't perfect, but its imperfections made it perfect. Ferorius, 62 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The English voice actor is also pretty decent from what I see, though facial animations are stiff. I don't think... This is not a big company, right? This is like one of their first forays into like super AAA stuff. I will probably buy it, but not right now. I have too many games that I'm yet to finish, and we keep fucking going back and forth between games, so let's first finish some of the games that I have on Steam, and then we can start buying new fucking games on Steam. Easy Flux, how you doing? We're talking about Black Myth Wukong. FF16 is also coming in September. Dude, for fuck's sake. When am I gonna finish all these fucking games, bro? Like... I don't have time for this. I need the gaming industry to slow the fuck down. Like, give us one new game every, like, year. We pick a game, and every year there's a new game, and then I finish it. Counts me counting. He's like, yep. Your main character is a fucking ape with a stick. How much more inclusive are diverse gonna get? True. You find the video of Akalon singing? Dude, I literally gave you the video of me singing, Mike. I played 1 hour of it on console and stopped. Didn't want to ruin my experience playing on shit hardware. Elodie, you make my day when you say things like that. Talk dirty to me, bro. Hey, please. Just keep saying things like that, man. I love when people trash talk console. What, Mike, what do you need? Must I link this to you? Fine. Here you go. That's the link. Only have one to play games with the boys when they come over. It has no other value. What game is that, Elodie? Kiki, you know it? Oh, Mike, no. I don't even know if that one is still available on YouTube. I think I made that one private. But also in that song, this was before I knew how to edit. So what I did was I added the music after the words, and the syncing is completely fucked. So it sounds super off key because the syncing is fucked. So I wouldn't want that song anyway. One of the reasons I decided to do this Daughter of the Sea cover, you know, without music. You said it was so short in that old vid? Wait, is shorter than now? Like, how much shorter can I get with this? This is pretty much the shortest my hair can get. Although, it's grown out again. So, I'll probably have to go shave it off again soon. Besides my music fucking career, non-existent as it is, what is everyone doing? You know? Hey, what are you guys up to? You know, except for work and all that boring shit. Is anyone doing anything interesting? Let's get that. I'm just waiting for people to filter in, by the way, before we start watching WoWCast. I have not forgotten. Put my book down for a moment. Leveling a Worgenalt. Mike, so you stayed awake all night to level a Okay. I have a... Wait, Hanschen zu Rupfen with you. It's German, and it means I gotta talk to you serious, kinda. What happened to your beard? Oh, I cut it off. But not on purpose. So what ended up happening was I went to the barber, and I asked him to just clean it up a bit. You know, just so that it fucking like, makes a bit of a point. What the dude ended up doing was cutting it. It would come down, and then it would just go fucking straight across. Like, a straighter line than a ruler could draw. It looked stupid as fuck. And I was just like, dude, what did you do? And he's like, I made it clean. I'm like, no. Sure, but not in the way that I fucking asked. And so he had to cut away more to actually make a point. And yeah, that's how we ended up this short. But now I kind of like it this short. It's kind of fun. It doesn't get in the way. It's not everywhere the whole time. So I might just do it again, you know? I might just get it that short again. Keep it short for a while. And then maybe grow it out at some point. To max to 70 before I have one of each race, allied race. Holy shit. Went down to 20 meters yesterday and saw some cool fish and rock formations. Oh, Ravy G, that's nice. That is nice. Pashers, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hex, I will say, the longer your beard is, this is something people never talk about, but longer beards are super annoying. They look nice. I like them, although apparently girls don't like them as much. I don't know why. I think they're just full of shit. Or maybe they're just pretending not to like them. But never mind that. They really do get in the way of just fucking everything. Little Fiji, how you doing? They get in the way of everything. Like, the longer your beard is, first and foremost, your drain is constantly clogged up with beard hair because it's too long so it doesn't flush away. So you basically have to clean your sink once or twice a day. No, not twice a day, I'm lying. Once or twice a week, just to make sure that the fucking hair doesn't clog up everything. I mean, it's a nightmare. Brushing teeth, fucking toothpaste everywhere. Waking up, your beard is like fucking this. Everything going in its own direction. Some of it in your mouth, some of it on your face. When I sleep, I like to have wind blowing. And then you have the beard fucking going, like, tickling your face because the wind is blowing the beard up into your face. It is annoying beyond belief. Now when it's this short, it's nice. It's nice. Nothing ever bothers me. Oh, the funniest fucking shit. You look like a complete knob-end walking in the wind. Now you might say, well, when does that ever happen? Where I live, all the time. In the Western Cape, the common saying is that the wind is born in Gordons Bay because it's fucking windy year round. So when you walk in the wind, guess what happens to a long beard? It goes like this. The wind blows it like this, and so you're walking around with your beard sort of sprayed like this, fucking going like a giant mustache that's just gotten out of control. You're just walking around with your beard split. There's no way to look cool walking in the wind with a beard. Just no way. Because it would be nice if the beard all went to the same side. But it doesn't. It goes sort of in its own directions, and you just end up looking like someone that completely lost the fucking plot and just started doing some crazy shit. So yeah, there are pros and cons to having a long beard. Walking in the wind? Oh, trust me, my beard was pretty stiff, so it never really blew everywhere. No, my beard is quite soft. In fact, when I went to the barber, she was the very first time she was shaving my beard, and she asked me, "Wait, what do you use for your beard?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "Well, so, like oil. What beard oil do you use?" I'm like, "I don't use beard oil." And she's like, "So what shampoo, conditioner?" I'm like, "I don't use shampoo, conditioner." And she's like, "How is it so soft?" I don't know. It just is. Because I'm not fucking washing away all the oils, so the oil stays in the beard and keeps it nice and soft. So my beard is pretty soft. And having wind all the time sounds like a nice climate to live in. I live near a coast, so summers are muggy as heck. Muggy? What does muggy refer to? If you were to describe the exact climate that makes up muggy, what does that mean? Hot and humid, or... Oh, humid. I live on the coast as well. I'm about 5 minutes away from the beach. Trust me when I say humidity is a fucking bitch here. But there's always wind. So during summer, what's really nice, and I've done this a few times, you open all the windows in the house, right? Every single fucking window. And then you just have this phenomenal amount of wind just blowing through. It feels like you have super fans on. Because it's just like fucking constantly wind hitting you everywhere. That is really nice. It cools the house right down. Hidden profile? Pretty much, yeah. You even that doesn't really work, but it works better than trying to look cool with your beard that long. I mean, I have an AC, so I won't really do it on like super hot days, because there are days where it is just too hot. And then there's other days where the wind is specifically like dirty. Because the problem with the wind here is, and this is funny, there's a guy just down the road from us that has this giant windmill that he bought. You know, the windmills that generate electricity. He bought a windmill because he thought, dude, this place is windy year round. Why not? It's free electricity basically forever. That thing, in the 2 years that I've lived here, I have seen that thing work for maybe a grand total of a week. It keeps breaking. And the reason it keeps breaking is those wind farms require clean wind. So wind that comes from one direction and just keeps going in that one direction. The wind here changes direction constantly. It's like fucking from every angle. So it keeps breaking the windmill. But it sometimes happens where all the wind tries to, like on some days, all the wind will try to enter all the windows at the same time. That is the most uncomfortable feeling you can ever have. Because now imagine you are sitting in the middle of this house and you have air pressure from everywhere just constantly fucking pulsing. Your eardrums are just going. It is the most unsettling feeling you've ever had in your life. Those are the days you just close the windows and put on the AC. You're going, oh, fuck that. We've had enough of this. The wind is playing bass on my eardrums. Beards are just awesome. They're nature's makeup for men. I agree. Although, as I said, from what I've been able to gather, that's not true for most girls. Z Vengeance, how you doing, brother? For like, I have spoken to so many girls now, and pretty much all of them say not a fan of beards. I don't know why. Because I think it looks fucking buzzing. But for some reason, most girls not really into the beard thing. So, are we ready to watch this WoWcast? How many of you have already watched the WoWcast? Like I was saying, it tickles in a good way. No, not really. No. If you're lying there sleeping or trying to sleep and the beard is sort of tickling your face, no, that's not good. That is not good. Like beards, women like beards, dark scream. That sounds like such a fucking cope thing. That sounds like a proper cope thing. Oh, only girls care about big dicks. Real women don't care about the size. It's about the motion of the ocean. No, fam. Micro penis is micro penis for a reason. There's no one that likes that shit. Like, that is such a cope. No. Real women like beards. Probably fucking not. Is load shedding not an issue for you now? Not at the moment. Apparently now we're producing too much electricity, so they have to keep switching shit off. Miss my beard. I'm in the military, so it had to go. Oh, fuck. That does suck. It's one thing to cut it off yourself. It's a whole different thing if they make you cut it off. I was not into it at all, but I had a friend that had a big one, and it really wasn't so bad as I imagined, so it doesn't bother me. I'm talking about beard. You see, I gathered that you are talking about the beard. But I think what oftentimes happens, although, yeah, Elodie just made a point there. Everything you just said there could literally be seen as you talking about dick, though. Just gonna put it out there. Maybe it's a Freudian slip. But that entire sentence you just used there, dick would fucking fit perfectly into that. But I think a lot of cases, at least most of the girls I've spoken to, they think beards are dirty. So they have this in their heads. They have this thing where beards are filthy. Like, guys don't take care of their beards. There's going to be food in there or some bullshit. And then it's like, well, actually, no. It's not going to be any more or less dirty than a normal face. Or hair. Mine doesn't mind my beard. Well, Z Vengeance, she's yours already, so you don't really have to worry about that. They complain about the itch when making out and stuff. But then stop fucking scratching her. And Elodie, that is just nonsense. Like, if a girl doesn't like the itch of making out with a guy, then how would she ever make out with a guy? Because I can tell you right now, my beard now would be less itchy making out than if I were to shave it. I have a pretty rough beard. Like, if I'm shaved, it is fucking, you can feel it. We call it blue beard. Right? It is rough. So if you don't like being scratched, I think that's going to be far worse than the beard now, because the beard actually grows out quite soft. Like, it does get a subject of discussion once in a while when it grows too big, but if I keep it somewhat short, we good. I wanted to say that. Shaved face is much worse scratch-wise than a full beard. Like, beard burn is real? Mike, then stop riding it. X, I will not shave my beard. No, because I really do look like a kid. Just this last weekend, the people at the church found out that I'm 39. One of the girls there was just sort of, we were randomly chatting, and she's like, but how old are you? And I'm like, 39. And she's like, no. I'm like, yeah, I'm 39. She's like, wait, you're my age? Yep. I think you don't look 39. So if I shave my beard, I will look like I'm 18. I will look like a little kid again. I don't want to look like a kid. I like looking at least somewhat adult. You do look younger, to be fair. See, Vengeance, I don't think I look younger. I think it's because I don't act my age. Most people close to 40 sort of act close to 40. I think because I still act like a child, people just assume that I must still be a child. Because I don't know. I don't know. Or it could just be the fact that fat don't crack, right? As they say. So by the time I'm skinny, I'm going to look like a fucking 80-year-old. Though in case younger, thank you. It's release week. There is no timeout. It's a face complexion. You look younger. Why, thank you. Baby face. I'm 36 and no one believes me also. You see, that does work, right? That does work. Although for girls, that's a good thing. I feel like for guys, at least when you're younger. So I remember being like 21, 22, 23. You want to be seen as older. Like, it's nice when people think you're in your 30s or something because you look like an adult now. And when you get my age, you don't really give a fuck. It's just always funny when people think I'm younger. Like, I couldn't give two shits. But I think for girls, it's always a good thing. Like, if people think you're in your 20s when you're in your 30s, that's like a W, no? Under 18 tickets on the bus? Oh, shit. Do you take the tickets? Or, Frozone, are you too honest for that? Hicks, I don't know. I don't know how someone close to 40 would act. But I'm assuming not like me. So I see, for example, I'll give you an example. When I'm chatting to people, I'm making jokes, I'm sort of poking fun. I'm just having fun. I'm just enjoying myself, right? And then you see the older people, and I even call them older, even though most of them are my age. They're sort of talking about their kids, talking about work, talking about going on holiday or buying a boat or buying another car or buying a house, or they're talking about like adult stuff. And here's me just sort of having fun, not talking about any of that bullshit because I'm not buying a boat. I'm not buying a house. I'm not buying a car, and I also don't want to talk about buying that shit. So I think maybe that's it. Like, my interests are obviously gaming. It's what I like. So unless I'm talking religion to you, I'm going to be talking gaming to you. So you kind of have those two options. Or, like, most people don't want to do this, but if someone is willing to engage with me in like deep philosophical discussion, I can go forever. As soon as we start talking psychology and philosophy, let's go. Then I'll have a wonderful time talking. But if all you want to do, if you want to talk like business to me, I'm not the person to talk to because I have nothing to say about business. I got asked for ID when buying some steaks last week. I'm 32, Lord made my day. Nice, Bloxy. People always said I looked older than I am. Even when I was 20, they thought I was 30. And now, Kiki, how old do they think you are now? I'm just 8 years away from being said uncle. Oh, Z Vengeance, I literally had the same thing. So the pastor at my church, his kids, he has like 4 kids. his oldest son was saying oom to me. Now, in Afrikaans, oom directly translates to uncle. And in Afrikaans, if you're speaking to an older person, the show of respect is to call the older person oom. It's a show of respect. You do this to your elders. And his kids were going oom, and I'm like, no, not oom, just Stefan. And then the pastor's like, wait, how old are you? I'm like, I'm 39. I'm like, no, that's oom. I'm like, no, it's not. And he's like, dude, I'm 2 years older than you. I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm 2 years younger than their dad. And this kid calling me sounds weird to me. It sounds like, who? So, yeah, that was a bit of a fucking like, whoa, what's going on? But Echo, I'd argue it's the actor inside of you. I am the same. We are trying to explore the kid in us, like the world is a playground. I do think it's the artist, right? It's that artist mindset that artists generally don't like growing up. They will, if they must, but they don't want to. So that's probably a big reason for it. Grofar, how you doing, brother? Do you guys have any idea how weird it sounds to have myself in my head again? I don't know, since turning 30, I haven't been in this situation. They probably think I'm 40. I doubt it. Like, women stop aging quite heavily after the age of 30 and then really pick it up again at, like, I'd say 50. At least based on, like, my sort of quick analysis. Like, I would not be able to tell the difference between a woman 45 and 35 necessarily. At least most women I've seen. It's very difficult. Like, some women don't take care of themselves and they look like fucking leather by the age of like 30, right? That's a different story. But for the most part, like, once a woman hits like her 30s, she goes into the woman phase, and then she'll stay there for like maybe 15, 20 years. And then there'll be like a rapid aging drop-off thing that happens. Whereas men can age relatively fast, I think, and then they sort of slow down, and then it only really kicks back up again deep into their 60s. Like a child, and then people look at me oddly, but life is all about enjoying it. Get an Asian woman up until 50, she looks 20 at best, and 50 plus, she shrinks into a cartoon granny. I feel like Z Vengeance. I also believe that. Like, I always believe that. I always said the problem with Asian girls is once they hit 50, it's like fucking downhill fast. And then I see all of these Asian women that are like in their 50s, in their 60s, and you go, what the fuck? She's 60? Like, how? She doesn't even look like she's 60. So I feel like maybe no. Maybe it is just the case of you like, there's a bias in picking, like the granny. And that's what you see. But I see so many Asian women and I go, dude, 30s maybe. She must be in her 30s. And then it's like, no, she's like 55. I'm like, what the fuck? 55? Bullshit. Like, what are you talking about? Michael, how you doing, brother? Is there on shoving Botox into every orifice? Mike, I'll say the following. I've said this to you guys before. I don't subscribe to any of the nonsense that says Asian women are the most beautiful, or white women are the most beautiful, or black women are the most beautiful, or anything like that. Or, oh, you get a Japanese wife. She's the most, like, Japanese women are the most beautiful. Or no, German women, they're the most beautiful. That's all bullshit. As someone that have seen women from every country in the world, I will tell you this. All countries have beautiful women and butt-fuck ugly women. The same way they have handsome men and butt-fuck ugly men. This is a general constant around the world. It doesn't matter where the fuck you go. And I'm pretty sure if we really broke it down, like if we actually collected the statistics, we would find that every country has about the exact same ratio of beautiful to ugly people across the board. It's also then important to note that every culture has a different view of what they find beautiful, right? I heard this from a friend, actually, who's Asian, who said women that white men find attractive in Asia tend not to be the attractive women in Asia. Like, it's not what Asian people would consider attractive, which was like, fuck me. That is nuts. Asian women are mythical creatures? See, Kiki, here's why I don't agree with you. Drop the Asian and just say women are mythical creatures. There is something that happens, and I'm not sure if it happens to women as well. I'm sure it does when you see a really handsome guy. But as a guy, and I think every single Princeps, how you doing, brother? I think every guy in this chat will be able to agree with me on this, unless you're gay, in which case you can answer with the woman later. But I think every guy can be with me on this. There is a debilitating and overwhelming effect that girls have on guys. So this morning, for example, I'm having coffee. And while I'm standing there, people are jogging by. We're like a group of people having coffee. And there's a girl that jogs by. And I remember, because I heard people sort of coming on, right? So I heard footsteps. And I just looked and I saw that they want to jog past. So I kind of walked out of the way so they can pass. And as I look, I see this girl. She's in the group running. Dude, that my entire fucking brain almost switches off. Like, that's how beautiful that girl is. It's like my brain just has like a little aneurysm and just takes a fucking holiday for like a few seconds. Just goes on holiday. I don't know what the fuck it's doing at that time, but no thoughts were entering my mind for like a few seconds. And then as she jogs away, it's like you can't even fathom how someone can be that beautiful. Yeah, I remember turning to the guys that I was looking at. I'm like, dude, how is anything on this planet that beautiful? It's just fucking stunning in every single way. Every single angle, every single curve, everything just looks fucking perfect. Like, how is that possible? Doesn't just happen once, it happens often. So there's like, you can drop the Asian woman part and literally just go women. Because all women from every nationality will have that effect on a guy. That's because the blood supply to the brain. Probably true as well. I can. It's called genetics. Can't relate, but I can appreciate beauty, even if it doesn't have an effect on me. Cedia, wait, beauty doesn't have an effect on you? I think the most interesting part about that is we have that reaction towards the opposite sex, but not towards a leaf or scenery or an animal. Principle's true, but here's the interesting thing. We judge beauty from the same standard. There's a femininity to beauty that we judge. Right? So no one, for example, says an alligator eating a fucking deer is beautiful, right? It's maybe a nice shot, but when it comes to beauty, we judge it based on elegance. There's an elegance. There's an untouched nature to it. Wife, and how you doing? And that's what we judge beauty on, right? There's a purity to it, yes. So even though, yes, we don't have that reaction, right? I don't see a leaf and I go, oh, fucking brain dead for 2 seconds, right? But that scene is still judged on the same basis as what you judge female beauty. My guild broke and I'm guildless. Fun time. Oh, shit, Hashil. That sucks, man. That sucks. I hope you find a new guild fast, bro. Because WoW without a guild can be rough. Cedia, you're lucky. I am most definitely not asexual. Like, whenever I might think, oh, I might be asexual, I see a hot chick and I'm like, no, definitely not asexual. That might be a lot of things. Asexual is not one of them. That's true. A beautiful human can take your breath away, just like any kind of beauty can, in my humble opinion. See, but that's the thing. Azalak, how you doing, bro? That's the thing, though, Kiki. For guys, at least, nothing else is as beautiful as a beautiful woman. I mean, just nothing else even competes. I love shooting pictures of nature and plants and scenes on the sunrise, and it feels like it's eternal beauty, and like the time stops. I just enjoy it. That's true. That is true. All right, do you guys want to watch this shit? I heard that it's pretty good. I heard that there's some real interesting things coming out of this one. All right, so as promised, I have not watched this yet. I wanted to wait until I could watch it with you guys. So we're going to get into the newest WoWcast, a new era of Warcraft storytelling. They basically had me at storytelling. So let's do this, shall we?
Welcome to a special edition of WoWcast. Thank you so much for joining us today. The team is heads down on wrapping up the expansion.
Well, she must be happy. Like, she must be happy. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think her boyfriend asked her to marry him or some shit like that. I think she's a newly engaged girl. So I think she's extra happy at the minute. I could be mistaken, but I think I saw something like that on Instagram. And of course, we have Terran there. So you just know there's going to be a lot of things here. But have you ever read Gotrek and Felix series of books? Principles, I don't think so, no.
Ahead of launch. But today we are joined by a few incredible guests. Please introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Maria Hamilton. I'm the Associate Design Director on WoW.
Hello, my name is Morgan Day. I am one of the Associate Game Directors working on The War Within.
And I'm Taryn Gregory, the Cinematic Narrative Director for World of Warcraft.
So how does the team even approach something as ambitious as the World Soul Saga?
In a word, enthusiastically. We have a really unique opportunity here with the 20th anniversary of World of Warcraft that's fast approaching. We really wanted to take a step back and reevaluate how we develop our expansions. In the past, we might have come at it from the perspective of, well, we've done this a couple times. How did we do it in the past? And moving forward philosophically, we really want to take a fresh new approach and take our community's excitement and feedback and really make sure that's at the forefront of all of our development moving forward. We wanted to build upon the successes of Dragonflight, right? We felt like we built a really strong foundation.
I just made a video that will probably be out tonight or maybe tomorrow. But I just made a video saying goodbye to Dragonflight and talking about the good things that Dragonflight is giving to the War Within. And I agree 100% with what he just said there. I think in 6 years from now, we are all going to look back on Dragonflight and think that was the moment that so much in WoW changed. That was the moment Blizzard changed their philosophy around dungeons, their philosophy around players, and how players interact with the game. Their philosophy around raids was influenced. Flying, open world, questing, storylines. I think Dragonflight, if anything, if we were to say the success of World of Warcraft was based around Classic, and then we could take another part of the history of WoW and say another real linchpin moment for success in World of Warcraft was Mist of Pandaria, then we have to say that Dragonflight might be another one of those linchpins, considering what is coming out of Dragonflight. So I'm really excited for what the War Within may lead to.
there and take a lot of those successes and look to achieve new goals as we move into the World Soul Saga and the War Within. Some of those ideas would be allowing the players to have new ways to express themselves and make sure that there's
Wait, what the fuck? That's new.
allowing the players to have new ways to express themselves and make sure that there's a ton
you
of
can do
variety
that?
in the content that they're experiencing in World of Warcraft.
Looks good.
Additionally, we want to make sure that we're bringing World of Warcraft to as broad an audience as possible, and we're really working to build new accessibility features and also just new exciting ideas
Reality, how you doing,
that
bro?
we also want to bring to the table. Finally, guiding us and crafting this epic adventure is the narrative, right? That's at the forefront of all of our ideas and all of the stories that we're developing along the way. We always like to plan ahead when we're developing World of Warcraft, but this time is a bit different, right? It's multiple expansions all at once that we're really trying to plant the seeds for these future ideas as we move forward in the World Soul Saga. And at times, I've been in meetings with our creative direction group, and it can be a bit of a challenge to keep all of these ideas in my head all at once. There's a lot of threads that are flying around, but I think the team, is really energized by that opportunity to kind of tell such an epic story. And thankfully, Taryn is here, and he's going to talk a bit about all of those awesome ideas as we move forward. And, he's kind of the expert of pulling all of those threads and bringing them all together.
I will say, as someone that has had the privilege of speaking to Taryn Gregory on Discord, I can tell you the dude knows his lore. He knows the lore. He's not just the cinematic guy. He understands the story of WoW intimately. And he also, if you guys knew how much effort goes into the precise decisions of a cinematic, what colors to use, exactly what sounds to use, exactly what shots to use. It's not just a case of let's make this look cool. From his perspective, what they're focused on is, okay, if we're going to use this color, what could players see in this color? Does this color represent what we want players to take away from this? Could we be using a different color that maybe gives them a different idea of where we want to go with the story? So he's the guy that hides a lot of the breadcrumbs within the cinematics.
It's kind of like the conspiracy meme sometimes with the dots and the
you're right in the
threads.
middle.
What are you most excited for, Taryn, with the War Within story?
Well, working
No, I never interviewed him, but round about Shadowlands, Taryn started following me on Twitter, and then we started talking in Discord. First, just in DMs, just chatting back and forth about the lore. And then he joined me a couple of times in call, where he would hang out with me and sort of play games together, right? So we would be playing, me and Apocalypse, and I can't remember, there was Ferorius, maybe a couple of mods. Mike was probably there as well. And we would hang out in Discord and play Shadowlands together, and we would be talking about different things in Shadowlands. And then he stopped talking to me because, well, as you guys know, I was not a fan of Shadowlands. And I had a lot of very mean things to say about Shadowlands. So, yeah. The lady with the black top looks like a hostage for some reason. Blink twice if you need help. I think she's just uncomfortable. It's very difficult to sit in front of a camera. You have to understand, you feel very judged the first few times you're in front of a camera. And if you don't do it all the time, it can become very difficult. It can really be every single time is the first time. So
working on World of Warcraft is always exciting.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love working on this world and with this team. It's been really, really, really exciting getting to work with Chris Metzen again after his return and setting the vision for the World Soul Saga, this new chapter of Warcraft.
You want to know why you should come back to the War Within? Chris Metzen is why you should come back to the War Within.
Warcraft that's going to take us through the next few updates. As Morgan mentioned, right, like during Dragonflight, we feel that that represented a lot of change, a lot of lessons applied, lessons learned. Looking back on Shadowlands, I believe that we took a lot from that story and developed new ways that we were going to present our characters, our villains, our storylines. And Dragonflight was the first step, but I believe that War Within is a great leap forward in our ambitions to create a compelling narrative, bring our characters to the forefront, and really open the first chapter in the next pivotal moment of World of Warcraft that will set the stakes for the story that will unfold throughout the World Soul saga.
What would you say are some of the narrative aspirations of the saga?
Well, I feel that we've set the bar really high.
Yeah. Terran Gregory has been around, I believe, since Wrath of the Lich King or maybe end of TBC. So Terran's first big cinematic that he did for World of Warcraft was the Wrathgate one. So Terran has worked with Mason for years, right? He was one of the OG ones, and he started working for Blizzard after a fan made cinematic. Him and a friend made a cinematic together, just as fans of the show. And Blizzard saw their fan-made cinematic, and they said, hey, want to come work for us? So that's how Terran started working for Blizzard.
And we want to meet those expectations and even exceed them. Really trying to create something in the vein of the essence of Warcraft, or the best of Warcraft, bringing that to the forefront. The ways we're going to do that is really investing in our world and story. We
It
always
looks
say
so
world and story
fucking
are some of the
good,
most
man.
critical parts of the appeal of World of Warcraft. But what does that really mean? You know, our world is a character. It is fleshed out through all means of small stories, big stories. But we want people to be invested in our characters. We want them to go on the adventure with them, to learn more. I believe we have some really compelling stories with some of our most known characters, some of our lesser known characters, and some new characters that we're going to meet along the way.
Something that I love about the World Soul Saga, and we were talking about the 20th anniversary earlier, is that's a really unique strength of World of Warcraft, right? We have characters that you've literally grown up with, right? Like at the launch of World of Warcraft, Anduin, I think, was literally in a crib, right?
He was a little boy. He was a little boy.
Yeah.
Have you seen my father?
Yeah, exactly. And we've watched him grow from, that boy to the boy prince to now the king that he is today. And this journey is going to continue to take characters like Anduin and continue to see them evolve, and others as well. Like Dagran plays a huge role in the War Within, and that's another character that was just a little baby when we started out, and they're going to be taking a much larger role in this epic saga.
Yeah. I think another lesson we learned is cadence and delivery. There were some instances where it felt maybe like the story was very start and stop, or people had to wait around for a long time for resolutions to long-established storylines. And so in trying to address that,
Dude, that is such a good lesson. That is such a good lesson. I remember saying this during Shadowlands. Quite specifically, Shadowlands was probably the most egregious period in WoW's history of this. I don't know if you guys remember the infamous weekly quest unlocks of the story campaign for your Covenant. Like, dude, some of those were so bloody stupid. Like, you would do 3 quests. That's like half an hour. And then it's just done. It just ends in this random place for no reason. We can continue the story. There's no reason why we're not continuing the story, except for the fact that we're not continuing the story. And then next week we have another 3 story quests that unlock. That was like the worst thing in the world. And then you go back and you do Shadowlands with an alt, and now you can play the whole story without having to wait. And you go, this is actually a decent story. It's not too bad. It was shit because I had to do it weekly. But if you can do it all in once, it doesn't feel too terrible. But we're going to lose at the end of Midnight and find our way back to the climax, Azeroth being born. And it turns out she's not a Titan, not the World Soul, but actually Pig Princess from Alwyn Forest. That's my theory. Higgs, that is one hell of a theory. That was annoying. Yep, the war campaign in BFA was the same, start and stop. Yeah, and Dragonflight definitely felt different. Or am I just looking at Dragonflight wrong? Because in Dragonflight, I didn't once feel that sort of start, stop, this doesn't make a lot of sense. Whenever it was a break in the story, the break made sense. It made sense that we couldn't continue now because, you had to clear the raid or you had to do a bunch of different things. It felt like the pacing of the story was a hell of a lot better.
We're really looking at the saga as the opportunity to resolve more storylines, bring up new questions, drive the story forward. And one of the things that helps us do that now is the improved content cadence that has been established in Dragonflight. This gives us some really, really handy tools for being able to have smaller updates between larger updates in which we can have the story move forward, we can focus on individual characters, flesh out their stories more, or even just give the sense that the world is always moving forward and that there's something always new to see in World of Warcraft.
One thing that I still want Blizzard to do, I want the world, and I realize what I'm asking for is big, right? And I realize in some ways it might be too big for them to deliver on, but I would fucking love it if the world could actually react to the things we're doing. That would be brilliant. If they utilize chroming time a little bit more. But for example, if I already played through the entire Black Dragon quest line, and, we have the new Black Dragon aspect, why am I still going to the Black Dragons and getting daily quests to choose the Black Dragon aspect? That's solved now, right? We've solved that issue. Now, it's fine if you put a chromie there, or if you enter the zone, there's just a pop-up that says, would you like to go into chromie time and see how the world was before XYZ decision? So you can still go back and do those dailies and sort of reform that content. But I would love it if the world would actually react to the things that we do, rather than just sort of remain in this static sort of forever snow globe effect. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but that is one of the biggest immersion breakers to me. Oh, you killed. Take for example, what's his name? Flame Boy. What's his name, man? The Incarnate of Flame. He's still flying around, by the way. Even Farak. Even after we killed Farak, he's still flying around. You can still go kill him, and it's like, bro, he dead now. Like, why is the world not at least acknowledging that he's dead? He should not be flying around. I should be chromie timing it in order to get him to still fly around, no?
When it comes to our narrative.
Speaking of characters, Xal'atath is everywhere. She is amazing.
Let's go.
What do you think about our new villain?
Xal'atath is very much an interesting character, and I'm super excited to see the reception that people have had since we announced that she's going to be, very much starring in the beginning of the War Within. When it comes to our villains and the development of our villains, we have learned many lessons. We feel that maybe there's been a couple instances where we didn't quite do the work to earn them out or introduce them to our players in a way that felt organic.
Wait, what did he just say there?
Our new villain.
Xal'atath is very much an interesting character, and I'm super excited to see the reception that people have had since we announced that she's going to be, very much starring in the beginning of the War Within. When it comes to our villains and the development of our villains, we have learned many lessons. We feel that maybe there's been a couple instances where we didn't quite do the work to earn them out or introduce them to our players in a.
Can you chat? Because I'm blanking now. Can you think of a character like this? I want to say, why? I'm seeing nipples. There must have been characters like this, no? Like, seriously, characters like this? No, not in WoW. Of course not. Dude, you want to talk about a character that was so fucking underdeveloped? That's Zuval. Flux, yeah. Arthas got the opposite treatment. He was developed as fuck and then turned into anima right at the end, right? So for Arthas, it was a bit of a opposite day at Blizzard. But yeah, I would say, yes, there were a lot of instances, at least in the past, of World of Warcraft, where Blizzard would oftentimes severely sort of neglect the setup to characters. This is why I've always said, Shadowlands, phenomenal lore, very bad narrative. Because lore-wise, if I told you, bro, we're going to the realms of death, the physical cosmic realms of death, and in the cosmic realms of death, there is one of the beings of death that has rebelled and is looking to destroy the realms of death. That on paper sounds like a phenomenal story. But if you tell that story wrong, it ends up feeling like, wait, why does this guy never wear shirts? I don't understand it. And he keeps speaking lower volume than anyone else. He's the largest guy in the fucking room, and yet he always whispers. To the point where you can barely hear him. You have to turn up the volume just to go, what are you saying? Use your lungs, bro. Like, fucking project outwards, please, so everyone can hear you. It's just, yeah, there's like a bunch of weird things with Zuval. But I have to say, that's not really been the case in Dragonflight. Here, Robot, no lungs. What does he mean with that Xal'atath features heavily in the beginning of The War Within? Does that imply anything going forward? Hakes, no. Xal'atath, I think what they find exciting about Xal'atath is the fact that they're utilizing one of their greatest strengths in The War Within. Taking a character that everyone knows and everyone loves and driving the expansion and the narrative through that character. So one of Blizzard's biggest mistakes would have been if Xal'atath only shows up at the end of the expansion. And we again go into this realm not knowing anything and sort of just following our own nose, if you will. But with Xal'atath driving the story, players know exactly what's going on, and that makes it awesome. Right?
In a way that felt organic or compelling. Xal'atath is an opportunity to have this character that, for those who played Shadow Priest and Legion, it was a very compelling character. She's marked very, very highly in terms of like kind of fan favorite, but also lesser known. And that's kind of a magic combination of like, hey, let's take this character and bring them into the spotlight and give them a really compelling arc. Yep. And much like we had done throughout Dragonflight in the development of the primal incarnates like Iridikron and Viranoth and Farak, we put a lot of effort into bringing them into the story one step at a time, introducing them to the player, giving them compelling motivations, making them a dimensional character, making their desires, and making them real people that we can understand and get along with. And Xal'atath is now on her own trajectory to step into the limelight of World of Warcraft, and we're hoping.
Thornshades, this we will judge as soon as the expansion goes live, right? Because, yeah, we're going to find out if Blizzard knows how to deliver this character, even to people that have not played Shadow Priest. Jenna, 20 months part of the DJ Nation, appreciate you. Thank you. It's a victory lap because she's the only WoW original character in a long time that fans really love without Warcraft nostalgia bait or books hyping her up externally. Z-Vengeance, I will say, are you forgetting someone? Maybe a certain Denathrius? Because I will tell you, the moment Sire Denathrius makes his comeback, a lot of people are going to lose their fucking minds, yours truly included. Because that guy is cool.
To meet all of those same things, and I really feel that Xal'atath is going to be a very interesting character as we watch her story unfold.
I've been quite both surprised and excited by the reception of Xal'atath. I think having kind of those foundations where there's some of the community that's like, oh, you're just getting to know this person, where other people have, like Taryn mentioned, have been kind of questing with her or experiencing her story in the past. And there's also a lot of
Kiki. Does your boyfriend know the things you're saying? Like, fuck me. Bold of you to believe they still remember Denathrius. Thornshades, not only do I think they still remember Denathrius, I think they already know where they want to go with Denathrius. There's a couple of books in Dragonflight that you may want to read. Specifically the ones about the Burning Legion and the new master that they now serve.
Really fun stuff and opportunities as we are able to plan so far ahead now, where we can plant these seeds knowing, this is the destination. And as we're moving towards that direction, what are things that we can kind of plant, and maybe the players find them, maybe they see it, and maybe they don't. There was some text that showed up in Dalaran where they were talking about like, oh, wait a minute, that's new. What's going on here? And they were kind of piecing together some stuff.
One thing I love that we set forth to do was mid-Dragonflight, in the spirit of wanting to seed these stories sooner, to have people people along for the ride to notice the little details. And there was this moment with Iridikron when he was escaping through a portal. And in development, we had just slipped this little shadow, elven silhouette in the background of the portal. And a lot of people were like, no one's ever going to notice that. And we're like, that's the idea. The idea is that it's a little with Iridikron when he was escaping through a portal.
Oh, they're talking about this.
In development, we had just slipped this little shadow, elven silhouette in the back.
How are they thinking no one will ever notice that? Have you met us, Blizzard? Dude, you get... To any of the developers that may one day watch these videos, you do realize that part of just the natural preparation for analysis is taking your video and looking at it frame by frame. And I fucking kid you not. It's downloading the video, dragging it into my software, and then frame by frame looking at the video. So the idea that, they're not going to notice this giant shadow is like, how would we miss that? That's just part and parcel of the analysis process. 40 months, Moni. Really appreciate you, man. Thank you. You're far too kind, sir.
Background of the portal. And a lot of people were like, no one's ever going to notice that. And we're like, that's the idea. The idea is that it's so subtle that when they discover it, it's going to generate all this conversation. And it did, right? There was all this conversation about Xalatath, and everyone started to get really excited. And so that kind of started building a slow burn on everyone getting Xalatath into the conversation. So by the time she was announced at BlizzCon, it actually felt like, oh, yes.
She looks cool as well, man.
Obviously.
Obviously, right? So it's just fun ways that we're trying to seed and plant and prepare the audience for what's ahead.
I think one of the things that makes Xalatath really, really interesting for players is there's an awful lot of them that want to be her buddy, who don't see her as a villain, right? So no villain is the villain of their story. They're the hero of their story. And that makes this interesting, too, because we can play with that a little bit. We can make sure that we're leaning into it. Is she really the villain?
Mm-hmm. She's not.
The world is just as...
Wait. Is that a clue? Or is she just saying what players think? Because I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't see Xalatath as the villain. And if she is the villain, can I join her? Oh, Darian, 15 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, sir. You're far too kind. Xalatath is very aware that she is the batshit insane villain. Dude, but I don't think she is. I can fix her. Not the first time she said this. Yeah, but this is the question. Is that a hint? Is it possible that Xalatath will turn out to not be the villain? Is Chris Metzen and the team cooking up a fucking storm of a twist? Like, we've never actually had twists in World of Warcraft story. World of Warcraft story has pretty much always played out exactly the way that you imagine it. What if Chris Metzen went, bros, we're going to bait and switch the fuck out of them. They're not going to know what hit them. What if Xalatath thinks she can fix us? Bro, she can fix me. It's fine. I will allow it.
As important as the villains. Maria, what approach have you taken for world building?
I mean, as Taryn pointed out, and I think we've talked about in the past, the world really is one of our main characters. And it's really important that when we go into these different zones that we've created, they feel alive, they feel appropriate to their cultures that live within them. Unexpectedly, perhaps, we decided to make this a very vertical expansion. So we're starting off on the surface in the Isle of Dorn, which has your classic plains, your beautiful grasslands, and big city, Dornogal. This is where our Earthen live, trying to carry out the edicts of the Titans. And this is where the Coreway is located. So we go down the Coreway and we get down into the Ringing Deeps. And the Ringing Deeps is where the machine speakers, the Earthen that are dedicated to tending the machines and the vast works of the Titans live and work. And so where we're really starting to subvert expectations is when you go from the Ringing Deeps into Hollowfall. It's a huge, huge area. You can't tell that it's underground. You can't tell that it's a cavern. It's lit by this enormous crystal. And then as you descend, you're going to go down into the last kingdom of the Nerubians, into Aj-Kahet. And this is all about danger and dark elegance. And the whole area is meant to serve as an opportunity to learn about the Nerubians and their big city there, which has been built.
Acedia, yes, there's a day-night cycle, but it's not the day-night cycle that you would think about. It is a void light cycle. So ever since the Sword of Sargeras stuck into Azeroth, the crystal has started pulsing light and shadow, which might be a clue, but we'll see. Not entirely sure yet why it's doing that. It could either be something about Sargeras' sword, or Sargeras' sword broke something that was supposed to control the crystal. So we'll have to wait and see about that. Xal'atath's Voidacy is totally worth it, eh? Chris says, of course. You know what you know what is what.
Built upon centuries and centuries and centuries of decay. They just build the city on top of itself.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected that going vertically down.
Yeah. It's one of the things that we learned from Zaralek Cavern in Dragonflight. We knew we were making an underground space. We knew we wanted players to be able to transition seamlessly into that space. The idea was to sort of give you this increasingly wondrous, joyful descent, and make the world really feel alive, make it feel like it fits with those cultures that are living there. The reactions that we saw from people playing on beta when they first entered Hollowfall, which is amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love the attention to detail on all the zones. I mean, you just mentioned Hollowfall, but like something that it took me a while to even notice it, but when I did, it like blew my mind was, like you mentioned, there's that huge crystal underground, and it's the sole light source. So if you look around the zone, all of the trees and the plants are actually facing that light source. Like if you think about plants out in the world,
that's a
they
cool
kind of
little
follow the
detail.
sun. Well, what if the sun was static?
We have a desire to help make everything feel right. Everything needs to feel like it makes sense. So for the Arathi, they have these airships, and so all of their tables and chairs and props and things that are scattered around their city, they all have these brackets on them because they would have been mounted on the airships when they traveled. Another good example is the earthen. So the earthen are made of stone, and their beds, entertainingly, look almost like a barbecue because they like to be warm. So there's fiery coals underneath them on their beds, and you can see them.
One of the other things I love about the earthen is they actually have these like memory crystals, because they themselves are almost more of a construct, but this memory crystal has, their experiences, their memories, their, life story in them. And early on in the campaign, we learn about that memory crystal. And Dagran, who's quite the little tinkerer, finds this fascinating. And there's like a whole quest line where you get to learn about these memory crystals, and you kind of put them back in the archive, and you get to learn about this culture as you're kind of experiencing through the lens of these memory crystals.
And then for the Nerubians, we have a really funny local story, a really funny sort of take on what would happen if you encountered a Nerubian who had a fear like arachnophobia, but they're terrified of bipedal creatures because they don't have enough limbs, and it's just creepy, and it freaks them out. And there's so many more examples. The team really had a great time building out these cultures and these stories.
One of the things Morgan mentioned earlier.
You don't even think about the opposite of that, right? Like, what would a Nerubian creature that has humophobia, or I don't know, something to that effect, like what would that be like?
Earlier was making it easier for players to play the way they want to play. How is that being reflected in the content we're building?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly learned a lot from Dragonflight. One of the areas that we started to improve on and now have continued is some UI improvements around both the icons on quests in the world, but also the quest journal.
By the way,
we've got some cool filtering that will let people find the kinds of quests that they're looking for.
Oh, Nexus, 2 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. You're far too kind, sir. This is, by the way, the map is so cool. Like, holy shit. And the reason this is important, I said it during the last WoWcast, and it bears repeating. This detail, small little details like this, proves that you have developers that are actively playing the game. Because this is the kind of feedback that players will not be giving you. This is the kind of feedback you get from other developers. As they're playing through the world, they are giving you feedback saying, listen here, I don't know where this is. I don't know where I'm supposed to go with this. Can you do something about that? Could you give me some kind of toggle? Is there an add-on that I can download that tells me where to go? This is really, really good from just because when you have developers that pay attention, you also have developers that can very quickly proactively start making changes when they feel the game is wrong. So you get to a point where the players themselves don't even have time to showcase or point out problems because the developers are finding those problems themselves, which is obviously where you want to be, right?
And the kinds of activities. We have some great UI elements when you hover over markers on the map that let you see what sort of reward there might be and how much time it's going to be before something starts for events, for example. Additionally, with the introduction of warbands, we know that players may not want to play the story over and over. They may choose to play it on one of their characters and then play other things. And so we've made sure to provide a lot of local stories. These are stories that tell more about zones themselves, tell about the cultures in those zones, tell about the places, different individual smaller characters. We've provided those in a slightly greater number than we had in the past. We are making sure that we're using some of our new features as well to help tell the story. So we have been quite cognizant of the concerns that players who don't do a lot of raiding have raised about wanting to see that final moment. And so we're allowing players to do a story mode version of the raid, to have that final fight without needing to go to the trouble of getting a raid group or finding, enough friends to go defeat that boss.
I really, really would love it if story mode dungeons or raids included more than just the final boss. It's a brilliant thing that I can now just go to the final boss, kill the final boss, get the story, and I don't have to join a raid group. The bad side is that it will only unlock with the final LFR wing, which to me, I don't know why we still have LFR wing unlocks. Why can't everything just unlock at the same time? I don't understand it. Because you already have Blizzard now finally giving up the heroic week. From now on, the second raid opens up, it will be normal, mythic, and heroic opening up at the exact same time. Why can't you have LFR and the story dungeon or raid opening the very literal next week? So just a 2-week wait, boom, you can go in, you can clear the story mode, and you're done, right? You've seen the story now. They changed that and pulled story mode forward to release together with Mythic Raid. Have they changed that, Flux? I didn't see that blue post. Can you provide me with a link to that? Because that would be fucking amazing if they actually listened to that feedback. Because that was my biggest issue with the story mode. But then the other thing that I would love to see from story mode is more bosses. Just, even if it is just like 3... Because most of the time, what you find in raids is the overwhelming majority of bosses are kind of story neutral, right? They're bosses that make sense in the raid, and their existence in the raid makes sense, but they don't really make a difference to the story. But you always have 2 or 3 bosses in a raid that does actually play into the story. I would love it if raids or story raids would include all of the story bosses in that raid. Let me just quickly see here. Pre-release, within early access, goes live. Season 1 begins with normal and heroic raid difficulty. So on first week, but then mythic raid farming. Story mode. Oh, nice. Oh, so they changed it sneakily. Flux, thank you. All right, never mind, guys. The War Within is an absolute mega W. No reason to worry. All of my worries, all of my fears have been waylaid. I'm happy again.
Same thing with dungeons. We added follower dungeons that allow people to play by themselves or with friends. And followers that are controlled by the computer. Delves is a new feature that we're really, really excited about. It's intended to help those outdoor players be able to pop in and do something fun and meaningful, and maybe they only have a short period of time. Now, Delves also have a progression system and a whole bunch of other stuff associated with it. So we want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to understand and enjoy the story in the way that they like to play, recognizing that everybody doesn't have as much time or opportunity to sit down and, join a big group of people.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the major goals, is not only with variety of things that you might be familiar with, like a lot of the cool outdoor events that you might have seen, and we want to make sure that you can kind of pick and choose the ones that you find exciting and you feel rewarded for those without feeling like you're kind of required to do everything. And then with Delves, that's a new pillar of content that we're building, where you wouldn't previously have been able to kind of experience this idea of like progression, but also building upon the story that we've been discussing. There's a big bad in there named Zekvir, who's kind of a lieutenant of Xalatath, and this person's in charge of looking for the world soul memories that we're going to be learning more about as we progress through the War Within. And you'll eventually be able to unlock this Zekvir's lair, which is, I kind of equate it to like Onyxia's lair. So there's this big boss at the end of this experience that really feels like it's kind of the cherry on top for this progression, as well as this story that we're telling as you experience Delves.
What's one thing you guys are excited for players to experience?
Delves.
Oh, I think there's just some fantastic local stories out there that are helping sell some of the themes that we're exploring. We also have a fascinating situation where Anduin, who has had some pretty tough times and is doubting himself quite a bit, comes face to face with Farron, who is a great contrast. She's very strong in her faith in herself and in the light, and the two of them meeting and having this opportunity to talk to each other. I think this is also a really key and important moment.
I'm right there with Maria. I'm just excited for people to get to meet these new characters. And there's a lot of like really fun story, not only with those individual characters, but also the cultures that the team has been building. A fun little detail, which isn't a spoiler, is you actually see these like lynxes that the Arathi in the zone are riding around on, and that's like a fun kind of nod to how when they set out, they actually went with some elves, and there's almost like this blend of cultures that are coming together in this zone, and it's really fun to kind of see all those little details as they express themselves in the game.
I think it's always an exciting time as we draw closer to the launch of an expansion where all of the content is going to be added to the game, even stuff that was obscured or hidden during testing or PTR. This classically represents the cinematics that the team has been working on for a long time and have some really amazing moments. I think the team has done amazing work on this, and I can't wait to see people's reactions to that content. And also, from all directions, every tool in our toolkit, we release more multimedia projects. I know that just recently we saw the story of Queen Ansarek in the cinematic we released, and that's in this vein of trying to build up our villains, give context, give backstory, give dimensionality, and seeing how things are stirring. And all of these different projects are coming together to really amplify and excite around the story of the War Within and set the stage for the ongoing World Soul Saga.
Thank you guys so much for joining me and talking about the World Soul Saga and the world building of the War Within.
Bro, I am excited. Zafan, you are absolutely correct. It's been a long time since I've been this excited for World of Warcraft. The last time I can remember was Battle for Azeroth. I was beyond excited for Battle for Azeroth.
Oh, damn.
Oh, shit. Yuku with the 69 months, part of the regeneration, the magic number. Really appreciate you. Thank you. I'm... I think by the time Shadowlands came out, I was already a little bit jaded, although I was still hyped for Shadowlands. But BFA was like peak for me. And this time around, I said this in one of my previous videos, it feels like the hype was incredibly well managed for the War Within. They didn't start the hype train too soon. They didn't start the... Like, we got a lot of information, and they sort of kept giving us little bits to keep us excited. But now, 2 weeks before, they're really starting to ramp up the amount of information that they're dumping on us. And that's just really got me hyped for this expansion. So I am super excited for what is coming in the next expansion. They're very, very excited. So you're excited enough to give in and do the early access? Garion, no. Lexel, how you doing? No. For me, early access is already... So I think people need to understand this. I already hate everything about early access. I despise early access. Even if it's just for pre-order, because I think pre-ordering is a blight on the gaming industry. I don't understand why anyone would push for pre-orders. I understand why companies are pushing for it, but I don't understand why players are pushing for it. And then you add the early access, and now it sort of incentivizes players to give you money, even if we don't know if you deserve that money. I have made peace with the fact that a pre-order gives you 3 days early access, because that is how it always worked. What I will never accept, and this is why I will never support it and why I will not buy it, is asking people to buy the more expensive fucking version just so that they can start playing the game when the game actually launches. That to me is just disgusting. So I can't forgive them for that. I will not spend that money. Not to mention, I have a rule that I do not buy deluxe editions of any game. You get your $60, I get my game. You want more than that? Suck my dick. And we can talk, but not before then. Right? No amount of digital content will ever make me buy anything more than the normal version. So yeah, from my perspective, this is a principled battle. I realize I'm the only one fighting it, but I fight so many other battles on my own that it's fine. Right? I'll do this alone, but I'm not buying the deluxe edition of the game. You must really hate what Ashes is doing then? Oh, I have... Dude, my dislike of Ashes of Creation is well on record, but it's not even for their greed. It's that I am still not convinced that Ashes of Creation is going to be a good game. I'm not convinced. I think a lot of people think Ashes of Creation is going to be a good game, but I think a lot of people don't understand. I think a lot of people don't understand what Ashes of Creation is about, and they're going to wake up and realize, wait, I fucking hate this. Why was I excited for this? Gave my early access money to Wukong. Sadly, we'll only have this 1 week to play that thing. And Garion, what do you think of it? Anathemas, how you doing? It might be good, but it will never be the WoW killer. So here is the thing. I am not suggesting that Ashes of Creation cannot be a good game. But it is very important that people understand it is going to be a good game for some people. So if you pay attention to what Ashes of Creation is after, if you pay attention to how they're developing Ashes of Creation, one thing starts to become very clear. It is a super hardcore game meant for a super hardcore audience. It is not meant for the modern day MMO audience. It's not meant for the person that just wants to have fun. It's not meant for the audience that wants to play a little and then go do something else and then maybe... This is the kind of game, and they said this from the start, they designed it to be sort of like all or nothing. You're playing this because it's a hardcore MMO where dying loses things. You know, you lose gear, I don't think you lose levels, but you do lose gear. So there's some real downsides to dying. There's some real downsides to making mistakes in the game. That has been a thing. Well, that hasn't been a thing since 20 years ago. World of Warcraft was the first MMO that did away with that. And it's one of the reasons World of Warcraft became as successful as it was. Because prior to World of Warcraft, Dark Age of Camelot, EverQuest, Lineage 2, they all had negative death XP, losing all of your gear upon dying, players being able to grief you to the point where you have fuck all left and you've de-leveled a couple of times. This game is bringing a lot of that back. the hardcore element of this game automatically excludes the overwhelming majority of MMO players. But they don't know that because they've never played those old MMOs. So they're going to get into this game expecting one thing, and very quickly they're going to realize, oh, wait, this is not at all what I expected. And that's going to be bad for the game because they're going to downvote the game when the game actually doesn't deserve to be downvoted because it's the type of game that it is. Right? So my suggestion is the game is going to do exactly what it promises to do, but I don't think players is ready for that. Lineage 2, I used to play that one so much. At what age did you lose your first tooth? Oh, fuck me. I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, I must have been very young, no? Holy, how you doing, bro? Benzu, how you doing, brother? When I'm 34 and still have baby teeth, well, I have great genetics. Wait, I don't know if that's great genetics or if that's something that's wrong. You should absolutely not at the age of 34 still have baby teeth. Those teeth by design isn't supposed to be there for that long. Like, what the fuck? They should have been fucking rotting at this point. Wow, GeoGuessr. No. I am very bad at geography in general, but also just at WoW geography. Like, ask me about a story that happened in WoW. Yep, no problem. Ask me where that story happened in WoW. Big problem.
For the Emperor!
Unless where it happened was somehow important, I will probably not fucking remember it. Thorwald, how you doing, brother? As far as I know, I lost all of my baby teeth. Top 10 add-ons you need. CCS, I wouldn't make videos like that. My top 10 add-ons, I don't even have that many. I don't even think I have 10 add-ons. Show that you have them, but just haven't dropped. You start losing baby teeth around 6. Hey, good. On my lunch break? Nice, Thorwald. Nice. What are you having for lunch? So how many of you are actually going to be playing The War Within? And how many of you are just here because, you know, you're always at the chat, but you don't actually play WoW? The add-ons I use for WoW, and I do Mythic Raids, Mythic Plus, 1 DBM, 2 Details. That's it. I would add, there's a bag add-on. What is it? Wait. What was my fucking bag add-on called, chat? Can you guys remember? No, not one bag. ADI bag. Brick, thank you very much. But that's been discontinued now. ADI bag. They've discontinued ADI bags, and they've replaced it with this, which is called new or better bags. Better bags, it's a new project. I don't know when it's going to launch officially onto the proper servers, but it looks gorgeous. As a bag, it looks phenomenal. Elodie, and how are you finding it? And again, how you doing, bro? No, the reason I love ADI bags and why I'm also very much looking forward to this new bag add-on is it does this. You see that? It puts all of your gear and all of your items into subheaders. So you can literally say these are consumables, and then all of your consumables go under the consumable tab, and gear goes into it. And you even have plugins, although I think the plugin is built into it, where it will put all of your gear profiles into separate headers. So if you have affliction gear and demonology gear, that will be in separate headers, so that you know this is mine, this is yours. However, miscellaneous other quests and individual items can also be paired with a new subheader. Are they no longer updating it past that? They said that, so ADI Bags is dead now, and it's being replaced. So you have this post. ADI Bags is nearing end of life, replaced with Better Bags. So you can see the update here. I'll give you the link to this so you can actually go find it for yourself. And you can install it from there. There you go. That should help. So if you want that bag add-on, you can get it from there. I'm just not sure if it's actually... Oh, what's that fucking app called now? Here we go. WoW Up. I'm not sure if it's on WoW Up already. We'll see now. Don't you have to carry in your bags? Yeah, I do hope that at some point we get some simplified item drops and stuff. Let's see if Better Bags is on here already. Oh shit, Better Bags is on here? Ooh. Oh, boys. Olgrim, how you doing, brother? Better Bags is on here. Here we go. So I can uninstall ADI Bags. Have I already uninstalled it? I already uninstalled it. So I can uninstall ADI Bags and install Better Bags. Now the question is, do I want any of the other shit installed? Why is Wukong so popular? It looks like a good game. Hearthstones, what does this do? Plugin module for World of Warcraft add-on Better Bags that sorts all items that provide hearthing mechanics into a virtual group. Oh, shit. Okay. Wait, doesn't it do that automatically already? Oh, this is just in case you want to not have the main bag, but you want to do your Hearthstone stuff on your own. I mean, it's rare for Western players to like an Asian game this much. Lakesal, that is definitely changing. I saw someone on X saying first they came for the Asian goals, now they're coming for the Asian games. I thought that's funny, because I guess there's some truth to it. Not sure, but yeah, it would appear as Western games are becoming more shit, Western players are starting to rotate towards Asian games, and then you have the Asian gaming companies basically coming out saying they see the gaming industry shifting towards single-player games. I just covered this in a video last week. You have all of these big Asian studios that are now coming out saying the future doesn't appear to be gacha games. There appears to be a massive audience of players that prefer single-player games, so a lot of these companies are starting to shift towards making single-player games instead, because gacha games works really well in Asia, but they don't work well in the West. And so because they want to get a bigger Western audience, they're going to start shifting to making single-player games instead, And what's happening in Asia is, while the culture in Asia has always been... So, probably need to explain this. In the West, we have a concept as gamers. This is sort of the philosophy of video games that says, if I play more than you, I should be better than you, right? So if I play 12 hours a week and you only play 4 hours a week, I should be at least 3 times more geared, more leveled than you. That's the rule in the West. That's why we get so angry when companies sell pay to win. So when you sell, for example, faster leveling or you sell gear, players get angry because all of the work that I've done in this game has been replaced. In Asia, this was never the case. So in Asia, their philosophy was more, you are an unemployed bum that can't work, right? And therefore you sit and play 50 hours a week video games. I have a job, so why can't I use my money to catch up with you that have 50 hours a week to play video games? And most Asians accepted this. They were fine with this because, you know, it is what it is. Lucas, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. And so what ended up happening was the West sort of continued toying with the idea of becoming gacha. A lot of Western companies obviously really wanted this gacha mechanic because it makes a lot more money than the normal single player games. But Asia, it seems, so here's what happened. Western developers desperately hoped that in time, the Western audience will move to the Asian mindset. So eventually Western players will accept that pay to win is just part of the game. And you have to accept that pay to win exists. But guess what happened? Asian players moved to the side of the West. As it turns out, all of the research now shows that younger Asian players refuse to accept the idea that you can buy your way out of playing the game. And they're demanding that games become fair. In other words, stop fucking selling pay to win, play the game if you're going to play the game. So the younger Asians are sort of moving towards the West's way of thinking, where they're saying no more pay to win, you play or you stay at home. And now the Asian developers, the West is still trying to go pay to win. The Asian developers are going, fuck, okay, we're going to have to drop the pay to win stuff and go to single player games that doesn't have pay to win because we have to make money that way. So I predict that within the next 5 years, the overwhelming majority of games that Western gamers play will be Asian games. Because the West is still toying with DI and woke bullshit. Even though it's proven that it doesn't work. I saw this tweet. Let's see if I can find this for you quickly. It just sums up perfectly what gamers want. Of course, much to the chagrin of... So, here you go. Now, Black Myth Wukong, this is a pretty old screenshot, but Black Myth Wukong now sits at about 1.5 million players that's currently playing it. So this is concurrently about 1.5 million people in the game. And if you compare, it's 2 million now. Fuck me. All right, so it's at 2 million now. Now, let's compare it to what the Western game companies consider to be games for the modern audience. Now, there's a thing that I need to do here before we continue. Please note that The Verge had this to say about Gamergate. For those of you that don't know what Gamergate is, this is gamers that said, we have enough. We don't care about DEI. We don't care about your political bullshit. Leave us the fuck alone. Let us just play video games. don't listen to any of the mainstream media that tells you that Gamergate is about racists or racists wanting racist things. It has fuck all to do with racism. It has to do with the fact that if I want to play a game, I don't want to be preached to about how great the Democrats are or how great, Mao was.
Damn.
I just want to play my fucking video game. Leave me alone. Let me just play a game, please. Or me, 38 months part of the DJ Nation. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you. And I will say the exact same thing. If I were to play a game where the main character sort of went, and aren't you happy you voted for Trump? I would instantly be like, what the fuck? Bro, I'm casting magical spells. Why are you talking about Trump? I don't give a fuck about this. Let me cast my fireballs in peace. Leave me the fuck alone with your political bullshit. Let me just play my game, please. So I would feel the exact same way. For those of you that don't know, I'm not conservative or liberal. I'm very centrist on just about every issue. So, yeah, I don't like politics in my video games. So don't let anyone tell you that Gamergate has anything to do with racism. But this sort of puts into consideration... Now, The Verge says that Gamergate is smaller and sadder than the one that came before. These are the games that the West tells us the modern audience really wants. Now, please, compare it. Compare it. You have 1.2 million players currently playing Black Myth Wukong, a game that all the Western media told us is a racist game. It doesn't have diversity. It's just everything that's wrong with video games, to all the games that's everything that's right about video games. This is the future of video games. 2 million players is the past. The future is 232 players. 482 players. At best, 9,800 players. 1,100 players. That's the future of gaming. Not the 2 million one. No one wants to play that. Yes, this is Opera GX, Lexel. I like it. I like it as a... I mean, to be fair, you get used to it very quickly. Is this Western audiences or the whole world? Nathan King, this is just for Steam. So the numbers on... this is from Steam alone, so it doesn't include PlayStation or Xbox or any of the others. But apples to apples comparison, because this is also just the Steam numbers. No friends playing mine this way? CCS, because famously, the game doesn't have any, apparently, I haven't played it yet, but the game doesn't have any women in it. And apparently, the fact that there are no women in the game means that no woman will play the game. Because there's no female representation. Women aren't represented in the game. Which, of course, makes sense. The only problem with that is when I look, I see Annie is playing Black Myth Wukong. Now, she's a woman. No one have told... Like, someone should go tell her. She's a woman. She shouldn't play this game because there's no woman in the game. So, I don't know if Annie has found that out yet. But then also Rachel K is playing it. Also, Pixie was playing it earlier. And these are all women playing it. They should probably... Someone should help them. Someone should mansplain to them that they shouldn't be playing this game. It's a really bad game for women. Only play Kitchen Simulator? Kiki, like a good woman. Because that you feel represented in Kitchen Simulator, no? Isn't that where you feel most at home? Rune will crack it. Please mansplain to me not to play my favorite game of all time, Mountain Blade, because in that game, women had a negative trait to all their stats due to realistic medieval stuff. Oh, Lexal, yeah. So from a mansplaining perspective, don't worry, I've got you, right? But you have to also understand, you are not to blame for this, right? Everyone knows that women are stupider than men, right? So the fact that I have to explain, don't feel sad. It's natural, okay? You should look at that game as a signal of your oppression. The fact that they've downgraded your stats in that game is actually about the inner hatred that you feel for yourself when you play that game. So you should stop playing that game, and instead you should go goal boss at some office. You shouldn't be playing that game. That game holds you back, actually. I hope that helps. I'm just trying to do my part, you know? Trying to help women out that might be struggling. It does seem limiting, though. A lot of men like playing as women also. Wouldn't it be better for everyone? Nathan King, not in this game. Because this game is specifically about the Monkey King. And it is specifically around the mythology of the Monkey King. That story and the mythology is a very specific part of Chinese history. So for this game, not having a female character makes absolute sense. It wasn't called the Monkey Princess, right? So it makes sense that they would go with the Monkey King because it's kind of in the fucking name. Now, does that mean, for example, Tomb Raider, Lara Croft should suddenly also be Johnny Croft? Fuck no. When I'm playing Tomb Raider, I better be playing as Lara Croft. I don't want to play Johnny Croft. Johnny Croft, I don't know who the fuck that is, but he's not welcome in that game. I want to play as Lara Croft because in that game, Lara Croft is the main character, and I like that Lara Croft is the main character. So it depends, right? It depends on what am I playing? What is the story of what I'm playing, right? And then does it make sense? So, for example, in Witcher 3, you can't have a female character because the whole story is about Geralt. So, if you were to make a female character, who would that be? The secret is in the fucking name. It's Witcher 3. It's about Geralt, right? But then in Cyberpunk, V is gender neutral. So V can be male or female, and it doesn't take away from the game in any way, shape, or form. So there, you can do whatever. I have never been against women in video games, but I also don't think it should be forced. It should be whatever the fuck you choose for it to be. You know, if you make the game from the perspective of it doesn't matter, it can be male or female, then add both. But if the game requires one or the other, then go with the one that makes the most sense for your story. And just let that be the end of it. Play as Ciri occasionally? Yeah, you do get to play as Ciri occasionally. And from what I heard of the rumors, apparently Ciri is going to be the main character of the next one. I've heard rumors about that. I'm not entirely sure, though. You're playing the story and the experience as the character. Anybody can identify with the journey and struggles of any character. True. Because both base goals are giant red flags in Cyberpunk? Sevian, wait. Are you throwing shade at Judy? Just want to know how fast I need to ban you. Do not throw shade at my future wife. Dude, Judy, I was devastated. Because my first playthrough, I always play as a male when you can choose on my first playthrough. And then I realized right at the fucking end, as male V, you can't romance Judy. I was fucking devastated, bro. I was so angry. Because it meant I had to romance Panam, and I don't like Panam. I like Judy. Have that for a bit. Deep Vengeance, no. Because in Witcher 3, as Geralt, you can romance Yennefer. And what fucking guy wouldn't romance Yennefer? If any of you say Triss, I'm gonna punch you in the fucking throat. Yennefer is a million times better than Triss. This is established. It is known. It is common fucking knowledge. 400 years from now, people are gonna look back and say, it was a well-known fact at the time that Yennefer was better than Triss. This is just 100% established in the culture. After reading the book, she is nice, but man, that comes with a lot of issues. Who gives a fuck, bro? They did. At some point, a chick becomes hot enough that it doesn't matter how many red flags she has. She's just too hot. Her red flags become a term of endearment. You know, something that you'll fucking deal with, because what else are you supposed to do? Still need to play KCD before the sequel comes out in February? What the hell is KCD? Too hot? Her heat burns away the red flags? True, Lexal. I don't think you understand. 12 years single has been serene. Man, I couldn't pay for this level of peace. When you're wearing rose-colored glasses, all the red flags just look white. Dude, if she's hot, it doesn't matter. Like, that's just how it is. You can sit there and fucking cry and then go, well, at least she's hot. If your girlfriend is like an ugly bitch with red flags, then you can't even do that. You're just crying. And then your friends are going, dude, and she's ugly. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, dude, there is a point where the hotness outweighs the craziness. Just go for Dragon Age Origins. Dude, that's also a good game. Oh, yeah. Miranda's amazing. So fuming, you and me both, bro. You and me both. Every time I have the urge to get married, I just slam my dick in the door. Oh shit. Look at your dick get crazy. The point is known as the Vicky Mendoza diagonal. Yeah. Boise, how you doing, bro? There's your video. I know. We've watched it before. It's apt, but still true. If they go with Ciri in Witcher 4, it will make sense, as she is the continuation of the story. It's just when they agenda force it down, that is annoying. The only problem I have with going with Ciri in 4, and I do have to say, this is a small problem because I will still play the fuck out of that. But the only problem I will have with Ciri in Witcher 4 is based on the game. Ciri's story is over. You know, like, no matter what ending you pick with Ciri, her story pretty much comes to an end, and it's a pretty satisfying end. So I'm not entirely sure what happens after that end, right? So that would be my only real issue with playing as Ciri, but still small issue because I fucking loved Ciri in Witcher 3. Rani is pretty cool. Roaming Firebat, how you doing, bro? I don't know, Princeps. I am a little worried because unless they go with, like, because initially it was thought that they were actually going, Witcher 4 was actually going to be a prequel to Witcher 1. So there were rumors that they were actually going back in time and we were going to play with the School of the Cat. If you guys remember, the School of the Cat sort of went insane and started to become assassins and all sorts of weird shit around the School of the Cat. So initially the rumors were you were going to play through that period of the School of the Cat. And now the newest rumors suggest that you're actually going to be playing with Ciri. the thing that bothers me there is to what end? Because Geralt pretty much took care of everything. He fixed everything. So what do you do? What does Ciri do now? Sorry through all of that. But you're going to do it anyway, Voicey. Pleasant Hascarl, it's so iconic, but as my 990 stealth archer, I play as human female. When the Hascarl is male, 100% Filgafort 2.0. Setting aside the male character, probably kill him off and fucks it up. Project Raid got a new DI hire, that's probably why. Let's hope not. Let's fucking hope not. Let's hope that we still have Larian Studios and CD Projekt Raid that doesn't lose their shit. Because, yeah, I would be distraught, man. Guardians and Echo. The Vengeance, I still have hope. I still have hope. Like, sue me, bro, but I have hope that there will always be at least some companies that don't go full retard. That's the hope. Now, sure, some people might disagree with me there, but, you know, I will hold on to that for all eternity. Drinking the Kool-Aid for months now? Nah. It'll be fine, bro. It'll be fine. Trust me. Just trust, man. It's going to be good. You'll see. Did you guys hear? Asmongold apparently had like a health scare. Can someone fill me in on that? Like Asmongold's like blood pressure was something like 190 or some shit. Which is fucking nuts. He said he was working out now. Wouldn't classify BG3 as woke, but it was definitely not anti-woke. They hit the right balance. I need to point this out because I think a lot of people completely miss what woke means. Woke in video games isn't about does your game have gay characters or lesbian characters or this or that or the other. None of that fucking matters. Because you're playing an RPG. RPG means role-playing game. As a result of that, there should be options for just about every player to do whatever the fuck it is they want to do, unless what you want to do is weird as shit they know. But as long as those options exist, and the keyword here is options, I will never classify a game like that as quote-unquote woke. Because if I can choose to play as this or choose to play as that, then it doesn't matter, right? Because I'm making a choice. The game doesn't make the choice for me. But let's say, for example, I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 and I decide as the male character to romance Shadowheart, and suddenly all of the characters in the game are telling me how misogynistic I'm being because I don't want Asterion to suck my dick. And the game keeps telling me, I probably vote red all the time anyways. That would be the moment that I go, dude, how fucking, why? Why are you forcing all this nonsense on me? I don't want this. Why are we here? Right? But short of that, as long as I'm not being forced into any decision, I will never view any game as quote-unquote woke. If they call the sex options as body type 1 and body type 2, that's a clear indication of woke agenda. Obi-Wan, you can say that, but it could also just be a company that doesn't want to get into bullshit. They want to make their game and they want you to leave them the fuck alone. Do I agree with body type 1 and 2? No. I think it's absolute nonsense. I think I think it goes against the very thing that you're pretending to give a fuck about anyways. Because no one wants body type 1 or body type 2. So I'm not entirely sure who you're doing it for. But I think it's cowards, mainly, right? Because you might be right. There might be some people that make those changes for ideological reasons. But I think in a lot of cases, a lot of those changes are just for cowards. They want to make their game. They don't want to get into trouble. And so they just go, fuck it. Let's just call it body type 1 and 2. I don't want to deal with negative bullshit. Just leave it. Jonah, so here's what Asmongold has now learned. Your body can withstand a lot of abuse. But at some point, age catches up to everyone. There is a point, and it's different for everybody, but there is a point where all of your bad eating habits, all of your bad drinking habits, all of your bad sleeping habits just catch up to you. And suddenly, where in the past you could drink soda all the time, you could eat McDonald's all the time, you can no longer do those things because your body can just no longer handle it. Mine hit me at 40. Yeah, I turned 30 and had 2 heart attacks. Fuck. He's learned that. It might be time to treat the zoo like a temple. Also, Western woke game journalists hate heteronormative sexuality, but they have no problem with gay queer sexuality. That's why they hate Stellar Blade, for example. True. Sleep is incredibly important. People that don't get sleep are literally drunk. Turning 25 next month. Is it too late for me? Lexel, depends. How healthy are you? And if you're saying your WoW character looks like you IRL, I would say you're probably fine. Because as far as I know, there's no like super fat, overweight characters in WoW. If there were, I wouldn't be playing them. But still. And fuck you guys for saying I should. I'm not gonna do that. I'm 183 centimeters, but then you don't have a problem. Unless he's playing undead. Yeah, okay. If your WoW character looks like you and it's an undead character, maybe there's a problem. But that would be a much deeper problem, but also you could be a medical marvel. You are the first zombie we've ever had. So congratulations, but also get to your doctor. Things are not going well for you. Alkin, how you doing? Orc is kind of fat. I wouldn't say Orc is fat. How dare you, sir? I'm offended by that. Can you show chat my character again? Lakesal, I don't know. I don't know if I have you on X. Am I follow? When's the last time you liked one of my tweets? Let me see if I can go into likes here. It's Lakesal of Lordaeron, no? Never too late. Turning things around will only do you good, guys. Take care of yourself, folks. Yep. I can say this as a person that's been overweight pretty much all my life. You do start to feel it after a certain age. Now, I'm lucky in that I'm not dealing with most of the normal problems that overweight people would deal with. Like blood pressure, don't really have high blood pressure. Don't have any real back problems or, joint problems or anything like that. My heart is still fine, my lungs are fine and shit like that, but you can feel it, right? You can absolutely feel it. Don't have diabetes now. Oh, wait, no. The carnivore diet is too fucking hard to keep up with. The problem is you go out, so especially nowadays it's rough because sometimes after church people want to go to a restaurant. Now you're a fucking carnivore in a restaurant. What do you eat? Nothing. You can ask the guy to make you steak, but most of the restaurants here use seed oils and all sorts of bullshit on their steak. Now I have to ask weird questions and shit like that. So instead what I've done is I've just gone on natural. So no ultra processed foods, veggies, meat, basic stuff, right? So as long as it's not ultra processed, as long as the food as long as I look at the ingredients and it doesn't have a fucking list this long of things I can't pronounce, we good. I'll eat that. And then I obviously try to stick to one meal a day. And I go to the gym 4 days a week. 5 o'clock in the morning, I do a 3-minute high intensity row at the beginning of every morning. So at the beginning of the gym session, because the research shows unless you're working out to try and run a marathon, 3 minutes of high intensity cardio is all the cardio you really need at the beginning of like 3 days a week. I do 4 days a week of that. So what I mean with 3 minutes of high intensity, I mean, I will row as fast as I can for as long as I can, and I will complete the 3 minutes. So when I started out, I could do 1 minute of super fast rowing, and then for the next 2 minutes, I would literally just be like, like fucking slowly try to inch my way towards the 3-minute mark. I started doing that like 3 months ago, and I'm now on about 2 minutes of like full-blown high intensity, can row as fast as I can for 2 minutes, and then it starts to drop significantly. And then I finish the 3 minutes. I always finish the 3 minutes, even if it's like not that fucking fast. Right? And then I get into weight training. Lifestyle then, it definitely has helped, I would assume. Oh yeah, of course, Obi-Wan. Of course. Someone clipped the ASMR part. What ASMR part? Also, why is everything based on BMI index? The thing, that thing says my husband should be 170, 180 pounds to not be overweight. Bro is 6'4". That weight, he'd look like a skeleton. So I will just say the BMI index thing is largely bullshit. I would say if you feel healthy and you look healthy, then you're healthy. I think your body will tell you if you're unhealthy. It's gonna let you know you don't feel that good. Oh no, your cookie. How you doing, bro? And I will also say the other thing that I started doing, which is also super fun, is I try to go for a walk every night. Just along the beach. Like, it's about 2 kilometers up and down. Just go for a brisk walk on the beach every night. But that I mainly do for back, right? Because I spend all of my fucking time sitting down. That walking really relaxes your back after a stream. Like, you have no idea. Usually by the time I'm done with the stream, my back will be in knots. Like, I will actually feel like, fuck me, man. I can barely bend over. And then you walk and you feel good. So, yeah. I was considered obese when he was playing in the NBA. Fasting is a wonder cure with walking and normal diet. It's crazy how good it works. True. Like, his goal weight is 232.40, and I think that would be fine for him as he has a traditionally strongman build of a body. Nico Spider, as long as you like him the way that he is, I mean, that's all that matters, no? And as long as he's healthy, right? That's very important. Doing something with my body, but all the work from home and shit made me lazy. Ashiel, you will be surprised how amazing going to the gym makes you feel. You will. It is. Depression, anxiety, Pretty much every single thing people think they suffer from can be solved with an hour in the gym a day. Because I'll tell you now, not working out, you absolutely feel depressed. You absolutely feel anxiety. You do. You absolutely do. There was a time where I legitimately would sometimes think I need to go see a therapist because I need to go on some kind of like antidepressant just to feel happy because I can't feel happy, right? Now, I've told you guys this before. I've never felt sad or like depressed, but I also never really felt happy. Never. Like whenever you ask me how do you feel, the true answer would be neutral. Except once you start working out, once you start getting active, then suddenly you start to feel like a new person. You actually start to feel happy. You actually start to feel good. I remember I would wake up in the mornings and I would be grumpy. It would take me like an hour to really wake up and not be a sourpuss. Now I wake up and within 5 minutes I feel good. And all of that is just down to working out, so I would say absolutely just start going to the gym at least for an hour a day, even if it isn't to lose weight, if it's just to feel a bit better. Trust Fear, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow, really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Just do that and then come back to me in a month and tell me how you feel. Just do it for a month. Let me know how you feel. For some people, that might work. Others, like myself, have chemical imbalances in our brain, so it isn't something going to work. Yeah, but Jane the Fool, that's why I said it's for 90% of people, right? You're going to have people that have actual depression, in which case, yes, you're going to have a much harder time, but then there's some interesting research that's now being done on depression, which suggests...
Oh, damn.
At least,
thank you.
elementary. Nico Spider, 29 months, part of the Degeneration. Appreciate you. Thank you. Which suggests that depression may actually be caused by food allergies. And it's a type of food allergy that we didn't even know existed. Because it's not an allergy like an allergic reaction, but rather, because of the food that you eat, it throws off the chemical balance in your brain. And this is what causes you to feel depressed, because your brain, the food is fucking with the chemical balance. Because you find a lot of people that suffer from depression go on the carnivore diet, and it goes away entirely. They go off of the treatment, the antidepressants, as a result of the carnivore diet. So that was pretty interesting when they started to see that, because all of the research we've had pretty much for 60 plus years have been that diet has nothing to do with depression. Nothing. It's not even caused by the same thing. Depression is a special thing that is only in the brain and there's nothing else you can do about it. But now there is research that's starting to show people who go on the carnivore diet does get cured from their depression. In olden times, mentally, how people suffering from scurvy feel? Michael, probably to some extent, although I think it's probably even worse than that. I can't buy that. I can buy that as truthful. I also admit that taking walks has helped with my depression and my chronic pain a lot. Yeah, I think even if depression isn't going to be solved by working out, you're definitely going to feel better while working out than if you have depression and you just sit at home all day. Right? You definitely are going to. It's like people who refuse to leave the house because they have social anxiety. And then you go, but the cure for social anxiety is to leave the fucking house. Like, as long as you sit at home with social anxiety, you're making it worse. Get out of the house. Force yourself out of the house. Force yourself to start dealing with people, because that's how you cure social anxiety. It's the same way addiction is a symptom of isolation, all about psychological needs as much as physical needs. Very fucking true. Nom. Super true. I got a dog that forced me out of the house. That helped so much. Nick says, yeah, sometimes that does help, actually. If you can't leave the house, get yourself something that forces you to leave the house. Like a pet. Where you don't have a choice. The dog needs to be walked, so you have to do it for the dog. You can't go out other than park, because anything other than park costs money and I'm broke. Like, so, well, you can still go walk, right? Just walk and sort of do your thing. See, Avengers, I was talking to a friend of mine. They run a data company. And they just lost one of their biggest clients. And not lost the client, but the client is going on, they call it something. But they're basically going into hibernation. It's like a business form of hibernation. The prices have dropped to the point where the business is no longer profitable. And so they're basically shutting down all operations until the prices go up again. And that means that they're not going to use my friend's company anymore. And I said to my friend, you know what, where one door closes, another one opens, so just keep your eyes open. And he's like, yeah, the door on my house is closing and the doors on the streets are opening. I was like, well, that's fucking one way to look at it, right? If needs be, you can always go to the streets and just go chill out there. So, you know, there's always a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. It is bleak as fuck, but, you know, he was making a joke. He wasn't suggesting that he is absolutely going to go to the streets. But, you know, that is always an option, right? You could always just go to the streets. Yeah, fundamentally, life is fucked, man. You plan on playing The War Within? If so, are you stoked, brother? Banadonna. Excuse me, bro. It's been so long since I've said your name. I sort of fucking clutched on it. I wanted to say bandana. But Banadonna, I am going to be playing The War Within. I am super stoked for The War Within. But I will not be playing it on early access. I will be playing it as soon as it goes live for all the poor people. Because I refuse to buy early access. My opinion is making peace with my rich aunt. Like, so that's another way of doing it. Or marry one of those rich oil princes around you. You're in the Middle East, just, you know, walk up to one of the rich oil guys and go, sup? Cycle of hype and disappointment. Aragast, that is your opinion. I do not share that opinion. Man, everyone is going to play The War Within, even Asmon, even Pirate Software. It's crazy how the hype is rolling. Yep. I told you guys, I've never been, like, or not never, but it's been a long time since I've been this excited for World of Warcraft. I'm holding the line till the 26th because I'm poor. I need to go out and find one myself. Well, I don't like getting carried. That's why I'm trying to get into DevOps, engineering and stuff. Lexal, didn't we just discuss this a few moments earlier? You're a woman. You, Kitchen Simulator, Kiki said this, right? All women play Kitchen Simulator so that they can prepare for getting carried. How many times must we tell you this? Like, don't be stupid. Don't try to do something that you're not built for. All right? You suck at cooking? What? Now watch as some fucking unsuspecting girl literally opened the stream as I said that and went, the fuck? My husband and I just got our characters to 70. Can we get it the 11th hour? Just now? You guys, what were you doing? You can remember the last time I actually knew an expansion was going to be good, except for Legion, and even then I saw red flags I'm not seeing with War Within. True. I also thought Shadowlands has a chance because how hard it is to make hell uninteresting. I can also cook better almost everyone I know. Look, I lived in a wealthy family until I had contact with my aunt. We always had maids and they cooked. Yeah, but cooking is not hard, though. I just want to say to everyone here or anyone here that says they suck at cooking, what the fuck are you talking about? Cooking is the easiest thing in the world. It's also the most fun thing in the world because there's no... Like, it's so difficult to fuck up food. Like, I don't even know how you would do that. Isn't your cooking very basic, though? Mine. Bro. What are you saying? I just don't follow recipes. But I can cook you fucking anything you want, fam. Want to cook so many meats? How? Oh yes, I feel like the devs of Kitchen Simulator are hearing us women and deliver exactly what we need in a game. Kiki, there you go. You see, Lex, I'll be more like Kiki. Kiki's going to be married soon, and then her husband is going to carry her through life. And all of that Kitchen Simulator is going to pay off, isn't it? Isn't it? Even just joking about that feels a little fucking wrong, though. Like, just going to be honest. I'm all for 100% all for traditional women that want to be stay-at-home moms. Mad respect. But I also think if you want to choose to do something yourself or on your own, do that too. You know, it's not really my job to fucking tell you what to do. I'm a guy and a pro with a microwave. Ooh. I don't even own a microwave, bro. Signed up for a gun club. It's so fucking good that I wish you were there for real. Oh, well, Odie, I would have loved that. I love going shooting, man. I have daily meat, eggs, and some salad. Let's go. Nice. Most stuff that's simple but well prepared is tasty enough. No need for fancy stuff. Cooking basic stuff is literally like a 3-4 steps usually. Super simple. I thought that's why the wedding dresses were all white, so it matches the other kitchen appliances. Oh, fuck. I never even thought of that. But it's probably true, no? It's so she can blend in. It's the female version of camo. You know, guys wear camo because we're out there, you know, killing people, and women wear white dresses on their wedding days, so they blend into their surroundings. That makes sense, actually. Oh, I never even thought of that. As long as you know what all the ingredients taste like, it is tough to make food really bad. True. With Kitchen Simulator, I just learned earlier how to make myself pretty so that I look presentable by cooking for my family. So, Kiki, what you're saying is you're going to be one of those TikTok girlies that have high heels on, wearing a beautiful summer's dress while cooking every single night, right? That's what you're saying. Because if TikTok is anything to go by, that is exactly how the average married woman looks while she's cooking for a family of 4. You know, she gets dressed up and dolled up nice so that, you know, that can happen. Trout wife for life? To be honest, not even, like, I know a shit ton of traditional wives because my church, most of the women at my church are traditional wives and are stay-at-home moms. Most of them homeschool their children, so they have full fucking lives. None of them ever walk around with high heels and sundresses on. They're busy taking care of kids, right? Kids are dirty as fuck. So they're busy taking care of kids. Zashmak, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What would be a cool market niche to fill is if someone would make a restaurant chain where they specialize in making healthy food for diet, like carnivore or other. I mean, the problem with that is that restaurant will struggle to make money because the overwhelming majority of people do not give a fuck about eating healthy. And also, most people, when they go out to dinner, they want something unhealthy. So you're almost always going to struggle. Oh, did you guys know that I'm going to be single for the rest of my life. Wow, Elodie. This is where you say fucking no, you piece of shit. Like, how dare you? Join the club? Like, just look at this. I didn't know this, but apparently girls find video games to be the least attractive hobby that a man can have. You see this and you realize, fuck. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? But watching stream Wayne? They'd start a comic book collection and taxidermy. Because, you know, video games are so unliked by girls. Did you not know what taxidermy is? It's where you take animals and you stuff them. So it's stuffing animals. That's what I'm saying. Girls are dumb, most of them. So let me explain to you guys how this chart works. Okay, so I think we need paint for this one. Let's get the paint out, shall we? Now, let's say, okay, that we have this particular little graph here. And let's say that this... Right, so let's say that this large one here, that is video gaming. Okay, so video gaming is right at the top. Girls despise video games, obviously, because they say so. Now, you might be thinking, and you would be remiss for thinking this, I would say, but you might be thinking, fuck, what does this even mean? So let me explain this to you. Let's say, for example, you are overweight. So let's say, for example, you're Accolon, right? So you're Accolon. Man, what the fuck? This new paint. I don't like this new paint. How do you make this bigger? That's probably good. It's just fucking type. So let's say you are Accolon. Now, in this case, this rings true, right? Because obviously. But let's say, for example, you're Accolon with a six-pack, 1 million in the bank, drive a Ferrari or BMW. Fuck it, I don't like Ferrari. So you drive a BMW and good fashion sense. Yeah, so this is now Accolon in a make-believe universe. Then guess what? None of this fucking matters anymore. You have now become peak fucking interest, right? She's now absolutely peaked in interest because of this. So this replaces all of this nonsense. This entire thing you see here, least attractive hobbies in men for men according to women, is only applicable if you don't have a six-pack or 1 million in the bank or a BMW or good fashion sense, or at least 2 of the 4, right? Then this matters. But otherwise, if you do have a six-pack, guess what? That girl that you want to ask out? Well, chaps, she is in fact a gamer girl. Did you know that? She's never played a gamer in her life, but the fact that you are a gamer and also have a six-pack means that she is now a gamer girl and she has just started playing her first ever video game. She also owns a PC now and a console, depending on which one you play, right? That is how this graph works. That is how this graph is supposed to be seen. So when you see something like this, always remember that these 4 little things can really change how this graph should be read. It's kind of like, are men feminists? Well, let's see if we can track this for you. Let's see if we can make this make sense for you. So we'll do this, right? Here's our first block. And we'll say, are men feminists? Right? That's the big question we want to ask ourselves here, right? I don't know how to make this shit bigger here. I need someone to fucking mansplain this to me. There we go. Okay, so are men feminists? So we have option 1, right? And then we have option 2. Now you will think to yourself that what this option 1, like this first option, you will think is yes and no, right? That's what you think. But you would be very much mistaken. Option number 1 is no. Men are not feminists. Now you will immediately think to yourself, okay, so that must mean option number 2 means. And actually it doesn't. It means so this is what it means. All right? That's option number 2. So are men feminists? No. Don't know what that means. Then we go with the next one here. And we say, I just want to make this nice and pretty for you guys so you can, follow along. I'm not going to fill out the whole chart. Maybe I will fill out the whole chart. Fuck it. We have some time, so may as well, right? Is the girl hot and a feminist? Yes, the man is a feminist. Pretty much where we're going, but don't spoil the ending. I'm still busy working with this. Let's see. How do I want to portray this better? Now let's go here. Feel like we're gonna run out of space soon, but fuck it. Let's make this work, right? Chart time. Hashil, yeah, it just goes a little bit slower because I'm making this on the fly. I hate this. Why the fuck? Never mind. I'll just make it work. All right. So if the answer is no, then he is not a feminist, right? Because why the fuck would he be? If the answer is yes, he is a feminist. All right. Don't know what it means. Now we have to figure this out, chat. Don't know what it means. Don't know what it means. What do I want to say here? This is the content Echo has been thinking of this whole weekend. I mean, I fucking wish I wasn't thinking about content at all this weekend. It's a... Fuck. Why is this so... There we go. That's better. So we do this, right? So someone explains it to him. And then from here... What the actual fuck? Oh, that's how that works. Oh, that works well, actually. We go right back to here. Boom. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we would call the system of man, right? We'll call this the duality of man because it sort of works. And it is absolutely accurate. If you don't believe that it's absolutely accurate, ask a man, right? So no man is inherently a feminist because this would be bullshit. Most men don't even think about shit like this. If you were to ask any man, do you ever think about the struggle of women? Where in Rome is that? What town is this? When did the Romans conquer the woman? Is this a people that I should be knowing about? Is there an entire book of history that I've never fucking heard about? Don't really think about that, right? So the answer is always no. Where the answer changes is dependent on the girl that he likes. If the girl he likes is a feminist, then he will immediately become a fucking feminist. Instantly. Because, well, he likes the girl and that's just how it's going to be. If the answer is no, then he is not a feminist. The same goes for those who don't know what feminism is. Believe me, there are men like this. I mean, more importantly, and we could actually continue with this, but I don't have time for this now. Now, Great, how are you doing? If he is a feminist because the girl that he likes is a feminist, then he is going to try and change her over the course of time into not being a feminist. Because, well, who the fuck would want to date a feminist? So that's really, this is the duality of man. Very simple creatures. And pretty much everything about men is this. You can replace this feminist thing with literally anything and men will do basically this. We're very binary thinkers, really. Princess, how you doing? Not gonna lie, in public, when someone asks me about those titles, I immediately pull up Webster's dictionary. I rarely let another person tell me a definition without checking. Aragos, very few people reason themselves into anything, so kind of makes sense. Kind of makes sense. But yeah, in case there were ever girls in chat that thought men are difficult, we are not. We are very, very simplistic creatures. Straightforward as fuck. I go, isn't that the same for fathers of a household that have a different opinion on a matter with his wife? I think it depends. It obviously depends on the relationship. But if we're sticking to the comedic universe, then yes. The father pretty much doesn't have a different opinion to the mother. He has the same opinion. He just doesn't know it yet, right? We are just men, and we don't know what we did wrong. Whereas relationships breaks does not start because of these topics. I wouldn't date an esoteric girl, to be honest, because I'm a scientist and I don't want to argue every day. I would say I don't have like strong opinions on I will not date this, I will not date that, I will not do this, I will not do that. As long as the person that I'm engaged into a relationship with is open-minded enough to have a conversation, I think I could date just about any girl. I don't think even feminists, I would not have a problem, but then you have to be able to be open-minded and at least defend your position. I'm not saying you should ever accept my position on something, but you should be able to defend your position and not just start screaming, right? Or some shit like that. Would you date an atheist girl? I mean, I have a shit ton of atheist friends. So yeah. But again, you are talking about there's a difficulty setting there, right? Because there's a value clash there. So we're not just talking about we have some different worldviews on some different political topics. We're talking about we have a fundamental principle difference. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus Christ. I would like to raise my children in the truth, right? And so her and I are pretty much always going to have a fundamental difference that really can't be reconciled, right? Because with most other things, you can reconcile things, but that unless she comes over to the faith, that difference can't be reconciled because it's a pretty big one. But if she's open-minded to having the conversation, then sure. Then absolutely sure. Echo, you know the Assassin's Guide to Love? Wait, what is the Assassin's Guide to Love? Epic Thulu, true. Steven Pinker has a wonderful line on this where he says, the news, and this goes for virality in social media, is a non-random sample. And when you think about it, it's so fucking true. What you see from the overall, there you have it. Kiki is a woman, and Kiki literally just said feminism has morphed into a fucking obscure monster. I can only speak from my own perspective and from what I've seen, but I will tell you that the overwhelming majority of women I know that I've met are not fucking feminists. They're just not. They don't hold those views. They don't hate men in any way, shape, or form. Right? So it's wild. The fastest way to a man's heart is his stomach. If you're too weak to punch through the ribs. Fuck. All right, well, that's changed a little. Those normal people aren't extreme like feminists, but extreme there. I mean, yeah, a little bit extreme. Also, not the most fun thing, but, you know, is what it is. Okay, besides fucking politics and social issues that we're not going to be able to solve, what's everyone up to? Is there a picture in their head about what it is? Playing Subnautica still? Fuck me, Grofal. How long is that game? The servers are about to shut down, so fuck all. Oh, shit. Wait, the WoW servers? Editing your video? Oh, nice, Holy. There's another video that needs to be edited, but I'll do that right after stream. Because it's gonna be it's a long one. It's the reaction to WoWcast. What question, Holy? I don't see... Oh, okay, does that need to be to 3 minutes, or can I put it earlier? You can put it wherever you want. 3 minutes is just... Within the first 3 minutes is the good time to have it in. Holy, but you can put it wherever you want. Have you ever played Dragon Age? Are you up to speed with the lore and stuff? What do you think about it? Anita, how you doing? I have played Dragon Age Origins 2 and Inquisition, and I love it. I'm a massive fan of the Dragon Age lore, the world, the environment that it sets. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about the Veil God. The fact that the combat is completely changed to more action combat bothers me a lot, because when I think Dragon Age, I don't think action combat, but if they can pull it off, I'm super excited for it. I wouldn't call myself a Dragon Age lore expert, insofar as like for WoW lore, for example. But I know enough to sort of partake in a conversation about it and think about it and get excited for it. I think feminism had its importance in the 20th century, but in the Western world, we don't need that anymore. Anything the movement spews nowadays sounds like men hate and nonsense to divide the sexes rather than unite them. I agree with that. I agree with that, Kiki. Based. I like that. You're all right. You can stay. You can stay. I was never a fan of action combats, though. Changing core gameplay is something I'm not comfortable with, actually. Anita, you and me both. As I said in my video about this today, the thing is, I don't mind if you're experimenting with gameplay or experimenting with technology or experimenting with you know, the fundamentals of your game. The problem is, if, for example, let's say the next Call of Duty game comes out, right? And the next Call of Duty game has no guns, and instead it's just magic. You run around with a wand and you throw magical bolts at each other. How many people do you think are going to lose their shit over that change? Because you've just changed the fundamental draw of the game, right? The reason why people want to play the game, you've just changed that entirely. There's something to be said for staying true to the audience's expectations. So if you want to do an action combat game, by all means go for it. But maybe a good way to go about it is not do it in an already established universe. Because you're bound to have people who buy that game without knowing that it's action combat and then lose their fucking shit over the fact that it is action combat because it's not what they expected. Because that's never been the thing for Dragon Age. Oh, Dragon Age 2 was a lot more action combat-y, but even there, you did have some ways of, you know, still pause combat and stuff of that nature. In this one, they've taken it a step further. So in this one, what they've done is they've said, not only is it action combat, no CRPG combat anymore, they've also said that you won't even be able to control your companions, which was a huge part of the skill of the first few games. So that's going to be a massive departure from the first games. And then, Princeps, the problem that you have with the Final Fantasy 40 or Final Fantasy, and using that as your example, Final Fantasy isn't sequential. It's not sequels of one another. Every Final Fantasy game is a standalone game on its own that changes the story. So change in Final Fantasy is almost baked into it. No one expects Final Fantasy 14 and Final Fantasy 15 to have the same story because Final Fantasy 9 and Final Fantasy 10 didn't have the same story. So fundamentally, people accept the fact that it's going to be different. That is not the case when you get like Dragon Age, right? Or Baldur's Gate. If Baldur's Gate 4 comes out and it's action combat, a lot of people are going to be like, what the fuck? Why are you making these giant changes here? We don't want this. We want the Baldur's Gate experience. So, because Final Fantasy has a lot more freedom, it doesn't necessarily have to play by the same rules. The gameplay, though, did they not? Yes, but Princeps, because it's not a sequel, and because every Final Fantasy game is considered to be its own standalone game, it doesn't have to play by the same rules. This would be the equivalent of you saying, but hold on, Aquan, didn't World of Warcraft, didn't Diablo change actually, this would be the equivalent of you saying, but hold on, Aquan, if that's what you're saying, didn't World of Warcraft change the gameplay from Warcraft fundamentally? Warcraft was an RTS. World of Warcraft is an RPG MMO. And I'd be like, yes, but no one expected World of Warcraft to be a sequel to Warcraft 3. They were fundamentally different games. Final Fantasy has a track record of not being the same game. So players would be a lot happier to accept changes. And even then, please note, Final Fantasy 16 had a lot of people complaining about it. There were a lot of people that were angry about the combat in 16 because it went more action combat, and a lot of people were like, what the fuck? This is not what we want from a Final Fantasy game. And that's in a game that people didn't necessarily want, right? Or didn't really expect to be just the sequel of the first. Yeah, Princeps, it does happen. I'm not suggesting that it doesn't. And I'm not suggesting that you can't do it. That's why I said you are playing with fire. If you do it perfectly, no problem. The problem is if you don't do it perfectly. So if they go action combat and the action combat doesn't land, people are going to lose their shit because you've changed the core of the game, right? What players wanted. So you're opening the door for potential criticism. What do you mean? This is dark theme. And look at this. Dude, you can't go darker theme than this. Like, this is my literal fucking... whatever the fuck you call the background here. Desktop wallpaper thing. I don't know how to fucking change that. Like, where would you even change that? Is it... like under personalized, how do you do that? Is it your? Ooh, all right, there we go. Okay. Now everything's dark. The tactic of shifting the core with every game might pay out in Vel'God's favor. I remember people saying all Origins gameplay died in Inquisition to some extent, but not quite, because Inquisition still had the pause combat and you could still do those things. Although, yes, it was a little bit more action combat-y. World of Warcraft was a sequel to Warcraft 3, at least lore-wise, right? I mean, Orgrimmar starting quest and then the Kalthazard situation. Yes, but also not quite, because World of Warcraft 1 dealt with a lot of the issues that was in Warcraft 3. So it sort of ran almost in some ways parallel, but in some ways it was a sequel. So it was kind of a mashup. The point was just no one expected World of Warcraft to be a sequel. Like, if they started World of Warcraft in Warcraft 1, people wouldn't have complained. Because all people wanted was an MMO of Warcraft. Are you going to try Wukong today? Different, no. I have too many other games that I need to fucking play. Alright, let's see what Ferrari has linked here. Shall we? So this is another AI-generated music video. When does the musical start?
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide. Is that it?
All right.
You needed time, we stayed away, but time by itself heals nothing. You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions you've seen them. I suspect many have lately. Someone is calling out from the heart of the world like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, and when the world needs your light again, my son. I am not that person anymore. I have no light. Not after what I've seen, not after what I've done. You are not your past, and when I trust you, hear me, they're getting worse. Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will, but we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it for all? Who's calling out to us? I'm not sure yet, but that sword was aimed at someone.
Dude, I feel like
they're getting worse. Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us? I'm not sure yet, but that sword was aimed at someone.
So the only thing that bugs me with this is I wanted them to, like, you should have AI generated the images as well. Because the song works, it ends bad and it starts bad, but it works. It's fun to do stuff like that, but I'm glad Bliss went with the original. True. I don't think this would have worked as well. This was very Disney, very Disney, unscripted. That AI channel also made a short video about Dragon Age Veilguard. All right, hold up.
None of this is real.
So this is BioWare defies the fans.
None of this is real.
The old world is dying. Not with a bang or a whimper, but an Ocean's 11 style heist movie.
This doesn't look good, Ugly George. Two white folks trying to save the world?
But you're a ginger woman.
It's not enough. We need more diversity. Allies from the shadows.
Like another woman?
Like another woman.
And then we'd need another ginger dude. Can't have diversity without equity.
Nah, can't trust him. How about brown, but not too brown? And someone Asian! There are billions of them!
Get over here! We need someone with the power over life and death. A rich old white guy?
No, we need someone urban? We could also use a drag queen.
Right.
And someone without a race or agenda for our undefined audience to project themselves onto.
One more. We need a blank slate. Someone who is nothing to be our everything. I mean, no skin, no face, no identifiable features, so nobody gets pissed off. But where are we gonna find?
Hey. Oh, shit.
They're perfect. Together, we can brace for the negative reviews as BioWare defies the fans and does whatever the fuck they want with their beloved IP.
Dragon Age
The
fail
rest
art.
of us can go drown in our own tears. If you were 4 when Dragon Age 3 came out, this is the game for you. What can I say, people? Fuck the fans. Fuck democracy. Fuck the end of the world. Fuck me.
Oh man, this is so good though. So true as well. It just feels like that's the gaming industry now, right? Every game that comes out is just a big fat fuck you to the audience. I plan to buy this game, enjoy it, and laugh as everyone else burns the world down over it. Epic Thulu, that's if it is enjoyable. I plan on playing the game as well. And I'm happy if the game is good to say, hey, well played, boys. Well fucking played. You know, you've done a brilliant job with this game. But that is so rarely the case. Because when you make politics the main arm of your game, the main pillar of your game, it stands to reason that everything else floats around that pillar and that everything else borrows from that pillar. And that usually drags everything else down. 9 viewers on Twitch. Nice. Ooh. Wow. The magic number. Sex for everyone. Reject stupid games. Return to monkey. The Hermit. How you doing, brother? Yeah. It's... I just do not fucking get it, bro. I genuinely don't get it. Like, why... Why not just make good games, man? Like, why not just make good games? It's the message. It encompasses all. I think they need to realize that pillar is just a giant piece of shit. They need to stand up to get off of. I mean, we watched the interview, right? Like, you guys watched the interview with Jonathan Haidt. I think we watched it together. That's the 4-hour fucking reaction video we did. That video tells you exactly why the gaming industry is beyond saving. Because young people today, it's not that they don't want to be creative. It's that they literally can't be creative. We've destroyed their ability to think creatively. Absolutely. Social media has taken their ability to think their ability to plan, their ability to think outside of the box completely away from them. So when they give you games that is just political slop, it's not because they don't think those games are good. To their minds, that's all that matters, because they grew up in a world where politics is the only thing that matters. So by writing games and stories about politics, to their mind, they are giving you the things that matter. They are giving you the things that you should want. So I genuinely believe that from their perspective, they don't even know why players don't like it. It makes no sense to them. Onita, so the research shows that there was a massive shift that took place around 2012, 2013, and then really picked up speed in 2015. And basically what happened is, in 2012, the first smartphones become a thing. And those smartphones have social media on them. Right? They're jam-packed. By 2015, every smartphone basically comes pre-installed with Instagram and Facebook, and Twitter becomes a thing. You know, you have all of these giant social media companies vying for constant attention. At this point, Gen Z is entering puberty. And it is at this point where every young kid has a phone because the parents give kids phones. So what are the kids doing? They're like this. So there's an entire world of experiences going on outside, but they're just looking at this. Everything is on this little screen. So during the time where your brain is physically rewiring itself for adulthood, puberty, the most important time for a young person, this is the one time you do not want to fuck with a kid. This is the one time where a kid needs to be left alone, because this is fundamental to their development. We've taken away all world experiences. Everything they experience is on this phone. So the first thing they picked up from Gen Z, and that would be the oldest Gen Z right now is 28. What they see from Gen Z is they are incapable of executive function. Incapable. Now, you might say to yourself, well, why is executive function important? Well, let's take today, for example. I knew that I had to stream at 1 o'clock. That's when I had to go live. So before I could stream, I had a number of things that I had to take care of. I had to go to the gym, then I had to come home, then I had to make videos, then I had to edit those videos, then I had to upload those videos, make the thumbnails, get everything done, make some coffee so that I can be live at 1 o'clock, right? Everything had to be planned in such a way that I am ready by 1 o'clock to go live. That is what we call executive function. So in other words, the ability to complete tasks is essential to human development, to basically human existence. Gen Z does not have the ability to do that. They pretty much all suffer from ADHD because they go in every single direction on demand, because executive function is just not something that exists for them. The other thing they pick up, and this is specifically younger Gen Zers, is a complete inability to deal with the world. And what we're talking about here is to deal with any sort of challenge in the world, because we've removed their ability to resolve conflict. And this actually comes from when they were much younger. Because kids no longer play outside, because kids grew up with adult supervision all around them. When is the first time in your life that you learn how to resolve conflict? Anyone in chat? When does this happen? When do you learn conflict resolution as a skill? around the age of 4, between 4 and 6, on the playground. You and your friends are having a fight. You need to figure out how to fucking deal with that fight, right? This is conflict resolution. It's 101. It's so very important. The problem, of course, is that because kids are no longer allowed to play without parents or adult supervision, there is always an adult in the room to help solve the problem. So if the kid has any problem, they go to the adult sorts out the problem. Turns out, part of learning how to solve issues deals with creativity. Being creative, figuring out new ways of tackling old problems. Because kids grew up with adult supervision all around them, they don't have this ability. So from their perspective, when you're playing their video games and you see the worst dialogue in the world with the absolute most stupid fucking storyline in the world, what you're seeing is the best they've got. From their perspective, this is good. From the way they're reading it, that's Lord of the Rings quality. That's the issue. And according to psychologists now that's looking at this, there's no saving Gen Z. They're too old. The damage has been done. So, according to most, Gen Z is going to be referred to as the lost generation, because it is going to be the generation that just ends up doing nothing. Nothing. They will not be able to move the world forward. They will not be able to make a success out of the world. It will basically fall to millennials and hopefully the generation that comes before Gen Z. Because Gen Z itself has completely lost the plot. And that's according to psychology. Pokemon cards? It's always dealing with it without telling the adults? Yeah, well, when I was a kid, telling the adults would have basically just gotten you sent back. Genuine Me came before it. Nagra, yeah. I mean, I feel like most people in this chat would be millennial or maybe later. Because I'm on the border millennial. So I assume most people in chat would be millennials. I don't know if we have any Gen Z. I don't think so. Gen X year. Jazzy B, how you doing? They got unlucky being the transition generation. Millennials were half grown by the time the internet became a thing, and the newest gen is still young while it's in full swing. Oh yeah, Acedia, it is social media, by the way. It's 100% social media. We have effectively, and this is how bad this is, psychologists say we went to a bunch of teenagers that is about to go into teenage years, and we gave them a bottle of rum and a bag of cocaine, and we said, good luck. And they failed miserably because they were always going to fail. We have developed apps on these phones. Social media companies have developed apps that are absolutely destructive to the young mind. I was tweeting about this yesterday. So I'm out at the mall yesterday. I should probably tell the story before. And this girl is sitting at a table, and I can't remember exactly why, but she asked me a question. She asked me, what time does the restaurant close? Right? Now, keep in mind, you asked me this question. I didn't even know you fucking existed until you asked me the question. This is how that conversation goes. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I hear you. Yeah. Now I'm explaining to her when the restaurant closes, and she's just chatting away on her phone. And once I'm done speaking, so I'm no longer saying a fucking word, and it's probably been like 30 seconds, she goes, I'm sorry, what did you say? And immediately goes back to her phone. And I just sat there. I was like, fuck that. Fuck that. Dude, I remember a time where people would call you out for being a rude little asshole for looking at your phone while talking to them. Just looking at your fucking phone would instantly get you stop being rude, look at people when you're talking, when they're talking to you. It's so, I see young people all the fucking time, just texting and chatting to each other. Like, they'll be sitting next to each other on their phones. Yeah, bro, that was funny as fuck. Yeah. Swiping away, endlessly chatting to each other. And I think to myself, wow. You're not having any real conversation here, right? You can't. You're sitting right next to each other. You should be savoring the conversation, and yet you're on your phones while in the conversation. Instantly to a partner who needed that answer? Well, then she could have waited until I gave the fucking answer. Jazzy B, exactly. I feel like such a fucking boomer, though. Because I'm over here thinking, listen, your kid, put your fucking phone down and look at me when I'm talking to you. You're disrespectful. And I'm immediately like, dude, I should not be saying this. I'm not the adult in the room. What's going on? Like, why am I the adult in the room here? It is, dude, I fucking can't, man. The internet connected all of us, but we are more disconnected than ever. Whenever me and my friends used to sit with phones, my dad will enter the room and take our phones. I was so mad. Then now I understand him. Ivan, how you doing, brother? Yeah. The thing is, this thing is an experience blocker. 100%. This thing is an experience blocker. And there is absolutely fuck all you can do about that. You cannot be on this thing and pay attention to the people around you. It is just not possible. Because everything on this thing is constantly fighting for your attention. It wants your attention. It wants to keep your attention. Do you think it's any coincidence that sites like Instagram is picture after picture after picture and you can literally scroll through them endlessly? No, it's designed that way. Because every new picture is a new opportunity to keep you going. The algorithm is designed to keep you going. So when you're on this thing, no matter who's around you, you're not paying attention to those people. Adrian, how you doing, bro? She was watching your last stream on YouTube, mate. Wait, who, Adrian? Because you had no real conversation with the parents. It's like a drug dealer, not the conversationalist types. After I pointed out she's being a bore, that fixed. Nice. It's funny, since we found out phones are not reading your mind, they are reading your face expressions every 5 seconds since the iPhone. Fuck. Okay. Instagram is so full of shit, it always shows many of the same pictures. I'm sorry, what did you say? I wasn't paying attention. Morning, go fuck yourself. Millennial parents didn't take phones away because their parents, the silent generation, used phones to distract so they could take care of their elderly parents. Just keep scrolling, nothing to see outside of that screen. That girl you're talking to? Maybe. Although I didn't stream yesterday, but if she did see my stream, she would have seen me be very fucking annoyed. When I was a lad, I remember when mobiles came in, it was my late teens. Yeah, dude, I was... I was 17 or 18 when I got my first ever mobile phone. And it was a Nokia 3310. Now, that thing didn't have internet. It could send messages and it could phone people and you could kill people with it if you really wanted to. But that was it, right? There were no such thing as like a fucking, like, like actual screen that you could watch videos on. The base thing that phone had was Snake, right? That was it. The Nokia brick, exactly, Princess. There, my parents distracted me with Game Boy. Oh, Kiki. That's why you're so obsessed with boys nowadays. I get it. And Snake, oh yeah. I did my first smartphone until I was 19. Prince Apes. I got my first smartphone. '23. 22 or 23. One of those two. I remember because my lost phone had just been stolen because I went out and got fucking drunk as a skunk. And then my phone, either I lost my phone or it got stolen, but I told the insurance it got stolen. Because I can't remember, I was too drunk. No, not 2023. 23. And I was, at the time, I was under contract or on my dad's contract, or rather my dad had my contract. And this was the first time that the replacement phone that they gave me was one of the options was a smartphone. Now we're talking way back. I think this was before Samsung Galaxy even. So we're talking, I think it was a Nokia smartphone or some shit like that. That lasted about 6 months, and then I could upgrade, because every 2 years you can upgrade to a new phone. And I think it was at this point that the Samsung Galaxy became a thing or some shit like that. That's when I had my first like smartphone. Before that, it was basically only dumb phones. And they were fine, because all I needed to do on that phone was, no, I'm lying. Even that wasn't a smartphone. Well, I guess it was technically a smartphone. It was a BlackBerry. That was the first ever smartphone I had, was the BlackBerry. I remember because that was sort of the first time that it kind of started to go away from the the numbers that you would have to like click 3 or 4 times in order to get to the letter that you want, and it actually had like a proper keyboard. So yeah, it was a BlackBerry that I had first. And then after the BlackBerry, I think I had another BlackBerry. And then only. So actually, I was much older before I got what we would consider a smartphone. If I remember correctly, the first smartphone I ever owned was the Samsung Galaxy S7 Edge. Let's see how old that is. When did it come out? 2016. So in 2016, I owned my first ever smartphone, which was the Samsung Galaxy S7 Edge. I'm on deal. Not gonna lie, I find these phones too small though. I would actually prefer to have a much bigger phone, because the phone is small enough that when I'm holding it like this, it doesn't fit nicely. So if I could have it like a little bit larger, I think it would fit perfectly. But even this phone is a little too small. But it's always funny to me. Most guys will have like normal phones. Guys have much bigger hands. And then girls will have these fucking bricks, bro. Like these massive phones. And they need a thing at the back here just to hold the phone. It's like, you do know you get smaller phones, right? Like, you don't have to have like that big of a phone. Because they use them to watch videos? Dude, I rarely if ever. Rarely if fucking ever. But that is actually my biggest gripe. This is my number one gripe. When you watch a movie with a girl and she's on her phone while you're watching the movie. Like, bro, it's fine if this is what you choose to do. But then I don't want to fucking hear a single question out of you. I don't want to go, oh, wait, what happened there? No. You chose to be on your phone while the movie was playing. No one forced this. You chose not to watch the fucking movie. So now sit here and be confused about what's going on in the movie. I have no interest in explaining a thing that just fucking happened that I caught because I was actually paying attention to the fucking movie and you missed because you were on your phone. Drakendor, you're very correct, bro. I never use my phone in social settings. Next is, that's how it should be. I do the same thing. The only time I will even check my phone in a social setting is if it rings. But just texts? Nope. Not just texts. It has to actually fucking ring. Can I just quickly ask? Let's just do a quick litmus test here. Girls in chat. How many of you are on your phone while you're watching movies or a series or YouTube videos? Anything. You're watching things whilst also talking and chatting and doing things on your phone. And also, how many of the guys do this? Tell me if you're a guy and you do this, or if you're a girl and you do this. Depends on the movie, wife. And there's only one right answer, and it's no, I don't. I leave my phone at home like 80% of the time. If I have something important to respond to on the phone, the show gets paused. My phone at home, not on phone, but if I see something stupid in a movie, I point it out in a nanosecond. You would also fucking annoy me. I had a friend that did this. Motherfucker. Watching a movie, and then there's some kind of thing that happens, like, bro, that would obviously never happen. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Nothing here will actually ever fucking happen. What are you talking about? It's Pirates of the Caribbean. There are no pirates like this. It's never been a thing. Nothing here is fucking historically accurate. What are you pointing out to me? They just... silence. They fuck. I don't care if this is not actually how it would happen. None of this would actually happen this way. Like, if I'm not interested in a movie, I'm on my phone. Kiki, the problem with you is you will suggest the fucking movie, and then you'll be on your phone. Then I'm watching the movie that you fucking suggested, but I'm the one paying attention to the movie. That is not on. That, like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this song and dance? You don't suggest movies, ever, Kiki. I don't watch the movie if it's so boring that I use my phone. Okay, it depends. If the family is in the living room and we're all just bantering, yeah, on the phone. If we're out for dinner, I'm listening to soft music as background for the conversation. Epic Thulu, what are you talking about? Real Batman, we get shot through that armor. It's not going to stop a sniper rifle around. No, my man is responsible for that. Wow. I guess we're just feminists when it suit us. Like, no, I am a girl boss, but you can pick the movie. Hee hee. What the fuck? Like, so we're just never taking responsibility. People parent their kids with phones now. Jazzy B. True. Fucking true. Wife, and what did you say? If you choose a shit movie to watch, I mean, I just said more often than not. So it is very rare that I will choose a movie to watch. Really with anyone, although I guess it depends on the relationship that I'm in. If it's the kind of relationship where she insists on watching movies and shit together, then yeah, all right. Because I would rather be the one that picks than have her pick, and then I'm stuck watching some fucking musical for 2 hours. But most of the time I watch shit on my own. So by the time it gets to like hanging out, I'd rather talk to her than watch a fucking movie. Because you had other things in your hands, didn't you, Kiki? If something I want to watch, I will put down the phone. Don't ever choose to watch a movie with girls unless it's a chick flick. Dude, there are some chick flicks that I like. I'm not above that. I'm not above admitting there are some chick flicks that I like. I was just telling a girl today at the beach because she was sort of going on about some The Notebook and how The Notebook is her favorite rom-com, and I was like, no. The Notebook is fine, but like true rom-com, you want to go for Definitely Maybe, no? Like, if you're gonna do a rom-com, do it right. Because The Notebook has some funny moments, but it's nowhere close to Definitely Maybe. I've always wondered if all this effort is even worth it. Effort for what, Acedia? As an axe to grind with that attitude? What attitude? Controversial question. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Notting Hill is also a very good movie. Truth. Although most of that dude's movies, I don't know what Hugh Grant. Most of his movies are actually pretty good. 4 Weddings and a Funeral, Wyfen, if you've not watched that before, do yourself a favor. 4 Weddings and a Funeral, fucking hilarious. What a movie. Bro, chick flicks. My mom and I just finished watching The Boys after we watched Fallout. If a show is good, anyone will watch it. I'm not saying that only chicks watch chick flicks. I literally just said, I like chick flicks. I think in general, it's safe to say girls know nothing about movies or TV shows. The most you can expect them to know is some stuff about their favorite series, like Friends or something. Massey, I think in general, you need to know more girls. I'm being very, very serious here. I can tell you now that that is just not true. There are a lot of girls that know fucking good movies. Their movies are different to guys. Like, very few guys are going to tell you to watch, fucking The Notebook, for example, or Bridget Jones's Diaries. But those are good movies. They're fucking fine movies, right? Just depends on what you're in the mood for. Maricas, how you doing, brother? Oh, Kiki, yeah, I forgot about that. Actually, I was just asking that question to find out which girls are not in the kitchen doing their duty. It's a few girls that failed this. Kiki is the only one that passed with flying fucking colors. She doesn't choose movies because she's not the one watching them. She's in the kitchen doing her duty, making a sandwich for her man. Have had loads of girlfriends and friends, which are girls. I guess it's a culture thing since most here just watch dramas. Hey, there's something about a good fucking drama. We should look up to her. Wife and exactly. Yeah, I think all the girls in chat need to learn from Kiki. Always look for a girl at a sub shop that way they know how to make sandwiches. Oh fuck. Love Actually is also good, Ormi. I wanted to ask you because you said something about Anyone But You. Is it worth the watch? Because I have it. I just haven't watched it yet because I'm not entirely sure that Sweeney chick doesn't look like she can fucking act. So I'm not entirely sure if I want to watch it. Princess Bride is a solid watch. Princess Bride is pretty good. Bridget Jones's Diaries is pretty good. Notebook is pretty good. Definitely Maybe is pretty good. Just Friends is cringe as fuck, but also good. I watched another movie that, if you guys haven't watched this yet, if you like some rom-com, some good old-fashioned love, a movie called Chaos Theory. Now, it sounds more scientific than what it is. It is not scientific at all. But Chaos Theory is a pretty good movie. Also from Ryan Reynolds. Pretty solid story, solid idea. Another movie that is actually I don't know why I like this movie. I genuinely don't. I do like it though. I've watched it probably 5 or 6 times. But I don't know why. And it is called No Strings Attached by Natalie Portman and Ashton Kutcher. Don't know why the fuck it's good, but it is good. I still don't know if I want to watch Civil War. Anyone have any ideas about Civil War? Is it a good watch? Should I watch it or should I just not go? It's because you're gay for Ryan Reynolds. Massey, I definitely wouldn't suck his cock, but I would come close. Ryan Reynolds is phenomenal. That man, there is nothing that man cannot be in and be fucking brilliant at. He's arguably one of the greatest actors that ever lived. He can do serious, he can do comedy, just do fucking everything. He is just really good. Civil War is a bit meh. Is that the modern movie with Kirsten Dunst? If yes, then skip it. Yeah, it's just called Civil War and it's in 2024. Fuck, get out, Vassy. Civil War is decent, but if you care about theoretical possibilities, its value increases. The heck, Ultimod? Beef and Beans, what happened? That Civil War was Garbo? I have no idea. I rewatched A Few Good Men the other day. Oh, what a good movie, bro. What else did I watch that was really good? Jack Reacher. That is some good fucking cinema, bro. Basically, everything that Tom Cruise has ever been in is just good. Like, I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Tom Cruise just makes based movies, man. They just always. Every movie that man makes is just a based fucking movie. Dude has no political bullshit in his movies. It's just what it is. And you just enjoy it. Real good movie in a long time, but the worst thing I have ever watched is Rebel Moon. Kiki, wait. Did your boyfriend get you a TV in the kitchen? Rebel Moon is pretty new. How did you watch that? I'm very suspicious of your story. Jack Nicholson is also a good guy. Yeah, also very good. Very fucking good. Watch it on my big ass phone. Yeah, Rebel Moon just sounded shit, so I never even watched it. The Mummy was mid as fuck. It wasn't that bad though. I liked it. The Fountain, starring you, Jackman and Rachel Weisz. Dude, but Rebel Moon was promised to be brilliant. Nagara, no. Top Gun, Maverick. Dude, Top Gun, Maverick? It is a palate cleanser for all the fucking bullshit that comes out of Hollywood nowadays. Do yourself a favor. Go watch it. You will never be more of a man than in Top Gun Maverick. You will feel your testosterone levels fucking rising. Your balls getting heavier. And you'll just be walking around like a fucking ape man afterwards. It is a phenomenal movie. Just absolutely phenomenal. Because it is just balls to the wall action fun. It is not a movie that makes you think too much. It's not a movie. It's just fucking high testosterone, fighter jets blowing shit up. It's brilliant. There's nothing wrong with that movie. Rebel Moon is the worst fucking Star Wars coffee ever. It's utter shit. It is much of a waste of it. All right. Pure awesomeness. They censored war patches for China, but it's good, yeah. Pilots are pussies. Ground combat is where the testosterone is. I don't know, bro. Pilots are pretty awesome too. I heard some bad things about the new Alien movie, though. Oh, dude, I just very recently rewatched The Patriot. What a fucking movie. Oh, here's another movie for you guys. I don't know if you've seen it even, because this movie came out and it was very under the radar. It's called Horizon: An American Saga Chapter 1. Have you guys seen that? Horizon American Saga Chapter 1. Very good. It's cowboys. Yeah, it's the new Kevin Costner sort of cinematic universe, if we can call it that. It's fucking cowboys. Now, yes, they do take some liberties. So, for example, the settlers that you have are whites and blacks mixed. So, obviously, historical context isn't there. But who the fuck gives a shit? It's a cowboy movie. I don't need to know about slavery in a cowboy movie. Just give me fucking cowboys. And that's exactly what it delivers on. Very good acting performances by everyone involved. Very good story, at least from what I've seen so far. So I only watched about half because it's a long-ass movie. And the action is awesome. It's cowboys. So I couldn't give two shits. Like, I already know why the Drinkers podcast would probably have downvoted it, because obviously at that time, white people and black people would not have been settlers together, because obviously that's not quite how that worked. But to be fair, if I'm watching a cowboy movie, do I really want it to be historically super fucking accurate about all the political landscapes of the time? No. I just want a good fucking cowboy film. This is where it's at with Kevin Costner. I still have to get into Yellowstone. I've tried, and it looks like it could be good, but fuck me. It's not grabbed me yet. Dollars trilogy, no. I still need to finish Billionaire as well. Billionaire Season 2 was already losing me, and I don't think I ever picked up Season 3. I was already starting to get bored of it by Season 2, and then Season 3 just sort of looked, not my thing. Waterworld is also really good. It was a great movie. My GF ordered the book after we watched it. Highly recommend. Hillbilly Elegy. If you like documentaries, you might want to check out Ken Burns' Civil War. I do like documentaries. Since we're talking Western, The Hateful Eight from Tarantino, still need to watch that. But if we're really talking at that time, what's that film? Fuck, dude, that was such a good film. Although all Quentin Tarantino movies are brilliant. Oh, come on, motherfucker. Django. A big thank you. Django. Dude, Django Unchained was phenomenal. Like, motherfucker, what a film. Just recently rewatched Fury as well. It's a pretty good movie. And Inglourious Bastards. I did not see Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, but I've always wanted to, but then Fuckface is in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and then I think I don't want to see Fuckface. What's his name? Titanic Boy? DiCaprio. I really dislike DiCaprio. Ever since he started flying around in his private jet telling everyone else to not do anything because we might fuck up the environment, I've had issues with DiCaprio. He's always good in all movies, wife, and don't get me wrong. One of the movies that I really want to rewatch is Shutter Island, because he is phenomenal in Shutter Island. But again, it's like, dude, you add more carbon to the planet in 1 hour than I will ever add in my entire fucking life. What are you talking about? What are you even saying? Catch Me If You Can was also really good. Rules for the Demon Salad, how you doing? Exactly. Just like DiCaprio, then he won me over in Blood Diamond. Blood Diamond was a pretty good movie. I just started playing Xenogears for the first time. What an insane story. Ooh, what's that about? Django is a character. I hunt analysis for even till this day. I need Django as a writing skill. Dude, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think many writers can do what Quentin Tarantino does. I think Quentin Tarantino is a once in a generation talent. He has this vision for movies that is just absolutely fucking unmatched. And I'm not saying that there aren't other directors and writers out there that's good. I'm just saying he is fucking brilliant. You know who almost challenged him and then married Madonna and then completely fell off the fucking wagon? I don't know what she did. She broke his dick or something, but after marrying Madonna, things just never looked up for our friend Guy Ritchie. And he was well on his way to becoming the British Quentin Tarantino. No one can tell me Snatch and Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels weren't some of the best movies they've ever watched. Like, if you like British humor, you must watch Snatch and Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. No idea that was even a Polish word or something. What the fuck do you expect from Madonna? It's her fucking name. Molly Pussy will do. Have you watched The Gentleman? Too long. I got maybe like half an hour into that movie and I was saying, no, fuck this. I can't do this. Ruin him. Sherlock Holmes is good. The movie or the series? Okay, here's a question for chat. Which is better? The Sherlock, the TV miniseries, or Sherlock Holmes, the movies? Have you seen Revolver with a young Jason Statham? I have not. No. Series is better with Cumberbatch? I agree. My brother prefers RDJ's movies. For me, you know what? RDJ is a phenomenal actor. Don't get me wrong, not taking anything away from him. But Benedict Cumberbatch, to me, is a better Sherlock. He just fits the Sherlock character so much fucking better. The series was very good, yeah. Popcorn action-oriented. Series was more of proper detective series. I prefer my Sherlock to be able to say penguin. Fuck me. I like the American version in Elementary. Oh. Here's my problem with Elementary. Elementary started so well. And then the last season of Elementary happened. And in the last season of Elementary, it went from woke to worse. Like, it just became entirely woke. And I was like, man, come on. This was such a fun fucking series. Why did we need to do this? So Elementary lost me with the political bullshit. It's kind of the same. What other series also suffered from this? Blue Bloods. Have any of you ever watched Blue Bloods? Kubrick films. Which films is that? Niet. True. In real. Lucifer got wrecked as well. Yep. By God, Waste, keep watching. It becomes... Now, you have to understand something. Blue Bloods, as a TV show, is about a New York City cop family. Almost everyone in that family are cops. It is a great show. Such a fun watch. They're Catholic. They're conservative, far more on the conservative side. And one of the coolest things about that show was always the conversations that they would have around the dinner table. You know, they would have these interesting conversations around the dinner table because the daughter was a little bit more liberal, and the sort of the son was, the sons were a little bit, one of the sons were a little bit more centrist and the other son was a lot more conservative. And the dad was also a Republican, as far as I know. The granddad, they were all Republicans. I mean, the conversations would always be very based. So they would have like very based conversations around the dinner table about what does or does not work. And then comes the final season, and suddenly the entire fucking show is about Black Lives Matter, about the protests currently happening in America at the time, at least. And it's like, bro, this is supposed to be a TV show? Like, why are we writing about real world shit? I don't understand this. Like, why? I'm protesting the police, and it was just, I can't fucking watch this anymore. I'm trying to get away from the real world so that I can watch a show. Why am I don't understand this. Clockwork Orange. Never liked Clockwork Orange. Loved Full Metal Jacket. Loved The Shining. Never watched Space Odyssey. Garion, The Rookie, is another one that started out so well and got completely fucked. Did you watch House of the Dragon yet? Wyfern, I got up to the episode where the would-be queen and that girl makes out. Now, I didn't stop watching because they made out, just to be fucking clear. But I can't remember why I stopped. Oh, because I restarted Expanse. I just suddenly felt in the mood to go back to space, and at this point, the only thing that I can watch in space is The Expanse. Degenerates deal with the same shit in anime, Western localizers thinking they know better, and now we have Japanese shows talking about toxic masculinity, patriarchal societal demands, and Antifa, of course. The timeless classic, Joe Dirt. Expanse is really good, but the final season made me mad. So I still cannot talk to you about that. Nice. Wyfern, I will watch it. I promise. I will finish it, and then, but I first need to finish The Expanse again. I've not read The Expanse books, but I've heard they're really good. I will say, though, it is a shame that they didn't finish The Expanse. It's sort of, you know what other show absolutely deserved to finish and just never got a finish? Firefly. Dude, Firefly was fucking fire. That show was so good. And for some reason, you Americans just refuse to fucking watch it. No, means I'm saying the show never finished. It just had the one season, and then they did the movie that kind of deals with it a little, but not anywhere as good as it could have been. I'm mad about that. Firefly was killed behind the scenes over nonsense. And it could have been so good. I remember watching Castle. Because Castle is another one of my all-time favorite TV shows. And I was watching Castle, and in one of the episodes, I don't know if you guys ever saw it, but in one of the episodes, Castle dresses up for Halloween as a space cowboy in the literal suit that he wore in Firefly. And it's just like, dude, why are you joking about this? Why is this funny to you? I don't understand this. I want more of this. about the only show where this show doesn't nosedive after the first two leads hook up. Carrion True. I watched this, Tiny Pretty Things on Netflix, and it was good, but they cancelled it. Are you talking about Pretty Little Things? The Terminal List. I've not finished The Terminal List, but I have watched most of it. Most of it, I'm lying. I watched 4 episodes of it. I don't know how many there is of that. Ever knew they had a Star Wars baby in their hands and they strangled it in their greed and it slumped to the floor? Fuck. There are loyal brown coats. Blue Eyed Samurai was good on Netflix. Never watched that either. I'm not actually a little annoyed at the fact that that is what killed Firefly. I thought genuinely it was just because people didn't watch Firefly. But the fact that they need, dude, because Firefly could have absolutely, it would have been bigger than Star Wars because it was better than Star Wars. I remember that first season, man. I was fucking transfixed. I couldn't stop watching. The sci-fi was just off the charts. The story was off the charts. It was just like, dude, come on. Like, how can you fail? I mean, it just never gets a second season. Sweden makes great TV. True. Indriel, not these days, no. In about 15 years, when Hollywood has lost their boner for woke bullshit, they can do a redo of Firefly and do it right, but not now. Not now. We need that show for now to just sort of live on in memory. It feels sad, but there's so many movies that just need to live on in memory now. By the way, I tried watching Stargate SG-1. I can't get past the graphics. I'm struggling with that fucking show, man. Like, you have no idea. I am struggling. The graphics is clearly dated as fuck, and that annoys me. It annoys me so much because the story is super good. And I can tell that the story is super good. But yeah, I just can't. 90s sci-fi series? Makiki, I can't get into 90s sci-fi series. I need better graphics. Star Trek? TOS still slaps? Wait, which Star Trek? Because I can tell you which Star Trek is my favorite. The last 3 movies of Star Trek is by far my favorite. But there's a reason for it. It's also pretty much the only Star Wars I've ever watched. Or Star Trek I've ever watched. I was never a fan of Star Trek. My cousins were super Star Trekkies. And I was just always like, dude, come on. Why the fuck would you watch this? You can watch Star Wars and you choose to watch Star Trek. What are you doing? And then, purely out of the utmost fucking boredom, I decide, let me watch this new Star Trek movie thing. Why not? How bad can it be? And I fall in love with Star Trek. Because it is so good. And Chris Pine, I think his name's Chris Pine, right? The guy that plays the lead, the Captain Kirk. Dude, he is just the best Captain Kirk ever. Like, fuck me, I like Chris Pine as well. He's a good actor. How were they shit? Bro, you need to rewatch those movies. They were not shit. I love the new movies. I loved it. The scripts were solid. The fantasy was solid. The sci-fi was solid. I love the idea of him just going through the world and discovering all these incredible stuff. Yeah, I loved it. The first two were passable. There's only one Captain Kirk. That is William Shatner. No. Chris Pine, bro. It's all about Chris. It's bad for the same reason Warhammer 40k sucks. The only Captain Kirk. Wow. Fuck me. I'm being attacked on my own chat. Side question on the stream topic. When do the WoW drops start? Nagria, I have no idea. I have no idea. I can check for you if it's already up. Community. Where the fuck are the drops? Viewer rewards. Here we go. What should not be here yet? Here we go. Starts on the 27th and it runs until the 19th. According to this, at least. You kind of smashed the assholes, and that's generous. You are welcome, sir. We will absolutely be running this drop, by the way, for anyone that's interested. I will be running this drop. I don't think there's another one. J.J. Abrams, destroyer of franchises. Dude, I feel like the problem with you guys are you're judging it based on nostalgia. Because I do not in any way, shape, or form agree with you on the new on the new Star Wars films. I think you guys are just completely wrong. I think you have to go back and you have to rewatch it because you're missing some good TV. Do you just have to stream in the WoW category to enable the drop, or how does that work? Kiki, yes. So as long as you're in the WoW category, technically all of your viewers will get access to the drops, but we will be playing the game as well, so it doesn't really matter. Because technically speaking, if you are in the WoW category, but you're not actually playing games, so you're just sitting there just chatting, technically, that is against Twitch TOS. Now, Twitch has never done fucking anything about that. We have done entire streams in the WoW category without me even having my client open. But if Twitch were to come to your stream and wanted to be sort of dickish about it, they could absolutely ban you or give you a strike for breaking TOS. Yeah, you could do that too. Demon Salad. SD Films missed the point of SD, in my opinion. They made it too much about the action, while SD was never about the action. It was very much about the relationships and positive message at the time. They work as action movies, but less so as Star Wars movies. Maybe that's why. Because I just enjoyed them. Thought they were really good. They were really good fun. Do we have any UFC fans in chat? UFC. UFO fan? That's fine. Yeah, because Drickus just beat Israel Adesanya. Which, of course, meant the whole of South Africa lost their shit. Like, everyone in South Africa was like, oh, fuck. He just won? Human you are for not doing X or Y. It was positive messages and the things you can be a better person tomorrow than you are today. Conflict can be resolved by diplomacy, etc. Red Naked Joke, right? Yes. Black Myth Wukong has been amazing. Pringles, I'm glad you enjoyed it, fam. Glad you enjoyed it. It looks like it's going to be a brilliant game. It looks like most people are enjoying it, so I'm happy to hear that. Anyways, boys and girls, I am going to leave you. I'm going to leave you for today. I have to go to the shops. I have to go buy meat. And I think I'm going to do rice tonight. I haven't decided yet. Fuck, now I'm having a crisis of conscience. Do I want meat, rice, and vegetables? Stir fry? What do I want to eat tonight, boys? Like, what am I actually on the mood for? Stir fry could be good, not gonna lie. Thank you again for another fun stream. Hey, thank you guys for hanging out with me. You know, thank you. I really appreciate all of you. Tears of Woke. Holy fuck. Thanks for streaming. Have a good one, everyone. You're in the no one who watches anime will ever beat me club. Lasagna, no, I don't like lasagna that much. But I really appreciate all of you for coming out. I'll figure out what I'm gonna eat when I'm at the shop. Because that's gonna be the easiest way to do it. Shiva, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, for choosing me to be your entertainer for the day. I will be back tomorrow, same time as always. So right here on YouTube or Twitch, depending on where you want to be, at 1 o'clock South African Standard Time. I don't know when the fuck that is for the rest of you, but it's at a normal time. I really appreciate you all. As always, be good to each other. Be kind to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace.